Yeah, we are now.
Okay, all right, we'll get started shortly, everyone.
All right, can you hear me all right?
John, we see you.
All right, can you hear me too?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thanks.
And I see Rosalia. James, are you there? You are. I see you, James. You're good. All right, we're going to start in approximately 1 minute. Everybody can mute themselves. And turn this time over to the city attorney for a report on the closed session.
Mayor, council members, and members of the public, we had one closed session item this evening, and it's a matter of existing litigation. We gave a report to council, but there is no reportable action.
Thank you, Councilor.
You're welcome.
All right. We will adjourn this meeting to a meeting on Monday, December 21st, 2020, that will take place via Zoom webinar. Closed session items will be discussed at 5:30 p.m. The open session will commence at 7 p.m. On March 16, 2020, the City Council declared a local emergency in response to the global COVID-19 outbreak. Preserving the health and safety of our employees and the public is our top priority. In accordance with California Governor's Executive Order N-25-20, regarding the Brown Act and guidance from the California Department of Public Health and Gatherings, this meeting is taking place by teleconference. The council chambers is closed. The public is accessing the meeting via the Pomona internet streaming channel on the city's website. The council members and I, along with the city manager, the city attorney, city clerk, and executive team are all in different locations. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. The agenda has been modified to accommodate the needs of a council meeting that is teleconference. At this time, I'd like to ask council member Steve Lustro to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. Active duty, retired military, feel free to salute. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I understand that we have before we do the special item, let's go ahead and do a roll call. City Clerk?
Councilmember Gonzalez, Councilmember Preciado,
Here.
Councilmember Garcia,
Here.
Councilmember Ontiveros Cole,
Here.
Councilmember Lustro,
Here.
Councilmember Torres,
Here.
Mayor Sandoval.
Here. And moving on to the next item, we have a special item on the agenda. And so, Rosalia, I'm going to turn it over to you. And I certainly don't want to underscore how special this item is because it not only involves a new council member, it involves 3 other members of the council who were reelected, but it also is part of our democratic process where the residents went out and voted and they elected people to serve them for the next 4 years. And so I just want to make sure that we understand the significance of it. It's a little different because of the pandemic. We're not in person. We don't have our families with us, our friends to celebrate in the way that we did 2 years ago or 4 years ago. So just want to emphasize how really what a special moment this is for the city and for those who were either elected or reelected. So I turn it over to you, Rosalie.
Thank you, Mayor. Honorable Mayor and council members, the following is a special item pertaining to the official election results of the November 3rd, 2020 general municipal election. After the mayor and city council have received and voted on the declaration of the official election results, I will be administering the oath of office to each of the newly elected and re-elected mayor and council members per Pomona's Municipal Code Section 2-42D. Each oath of office will be administered separately. At this time, the mayor and council may proceed with voting on special item number 1. Mayor, council members.
Okay, so if I look at this correctly, we can go ahead and, what action do you need me to take, Rosalia? Because I'm just looking here at the agenda.
We will need
Motion?
to have a motion and a second, Mayor.
Okay, so I need a motion. What happens if they don't motion? All right, listen, let's not kid around. Let's not make this meeting longer than it should be. Could I get a motion to approve this item?
Motion to approve, Mayor.
Okay,
Second.
I have Councilmember Honor Cole, and it looks like I have a second from Vice Mayor Garcia. All right, let's go ahead and do a roll call.
Okay, roll call. Garcia,
Here.
Preciado, or
Yeah.
Ontiveros Cole,
Yes.
Lastro,
Yes.
Torres,
Yes.
Sandoval.
Yes. All right, I turn it back to you.
Okay, so as I said before, I'm going to go ahead and administer the oath of offices to each elected and re-elected mayor and council member. We will start with you first, Mayor Sandoval. If I can have you raise your right hand.
And just real quick, Rosalie, I would like to at least give each of the electees, re-electees an opportunity just to say a couple of words after they get sworn in, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm going to stand for my swearing in, okay?
Okay,
You said raise my right hand?
raise your right hand. What I'm going to do is ask you to state your name. I'm going to go ahead and say the oath for you. And at the end, if you agree, you'll say I do, okay?
Okay.
And make this as high.
I, Tim Sandoval,
Okay. I do solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you're about to enter. If you agree, please say I do.
I do.
Congratulations, Mayor.
All right. I was a little more nervous about that than I thought I would be.
I was just trying to make it as easy for you guys this evening since
Oh, thank you.
we're in this whole Zoom environment.
You'll have to privately thank Rosalia for this. I just have a couple of words to share, and just want to say thank you to all the voters. I think it's pretty self-evident that more people voted in this election than any election in the history of Pomona, and that's significant. And you look at the numbers, and they're incredible. And one thing I just want to do is just I want to thank everybody who helped me get here. There's so many people to thank, so I'm not going to thank any one individual, but all of you know who you are. Just thank you for all of your help and support. I do just want to say this, is that whether you elected or voted for me or not, I serve the entire city of Pomona. I serve all the residents. And so I just want to encourage you, if you ever have an issue, a concern, or an idea, please don't hesitate to reach out to me, because I'm here to serve you. And like I said, it doesn't matter whether you voted for me or not. I represent all of you, and I'll do my absolute best to do that. So thank you, and I will turn it over back to Rosalia.
And yes, Mayor, if I may, really quickly, yes, I need to congratulate and just say thank you to all the, the members of the city of Pomona, the public. Voter turnout was 70%. For a city clerk, that is awesome. So thank you very much. Everyone makes everyone who comes out to vote makes a city clerk very happy. So I appreciate that. Okay, our next soon-to-be council member will be John Nolte. If I can go ahead and have you raise your right hand.
Yeah, I'm gonna have this is my wife, Amy. She's gonna hold my Bible for me while I do.
She's doing that for me in spirit. Thank you. Okay. Do you please state your name?
John Nolte.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you're about to enter. If you agree, please say, I do.
I do.
Congratulations, Councilmember Nolte.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, John. And just so you know, you have 3 minutes and the clock has started.
Oh, thank you.
I'm kidding, John.
Let me
I'm kidding.
start my-
Go ahead, you're good.
Congratulations to you, Mayor, and also to the other council members who were reelected. It's a privilege to be again on the council and to be able to serve. Thank you to the voters who voted for me and to those who didn't vote for me. It was a very close election. I want to thank my opponents who ran a good, clean race. And I'm proud to have been a part of that and feel lucky and humbled and blessed to be here again today. I've thought about a theme for what I want to accomplish as a council member in the next 4 years, and I think that I'd like to say that I also intend to represent, like the mayor said, all residents of the city of Pomona. I think that we are elected in districts, but our responsibility is to the city as a whole, as well as to our district. And but I also want to put a special emphasis on the most vulnerable, the lowest income portion of our city. It's my belief and my hypothesis and my theory. Sorry, yeah, that was my time.
John, you're on mute. You muted yourself unintentionally. You're still on mute, John.
How about now?
There you go. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought, but I know what I was going to say, which is that if we direct our attention, and I intend to do this as city council people, to the most vulnerable, to the lowest income, to the sections of our city that are the least represented and the most in need of our attention, that doing so will benefit our entire city. So it's my belief that that focus is necessary and that it will benefit us all. And that's what I intend to do in the time that I have, that I've been granted by the people of Pomona once again. Thank you very much. I really look forward to working with you all.
Congratulations, John, and very well said. Look forward to working with you. Rosalia.
Okay. Councilmember Ontiveros Cole, if I can have you raise your right hand.
Yes.
Do you please state your name,
Elizabeth Ontiveros Cole,
solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you're about to enter. If you agree, please say, I do.
I do.
Congratulations, Councilmember Ontiveros Cole.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations,
Thank you
Liz.
so much, Mayor. It's a pleasure again to be reelected for the city of Pomona, and I'm very thankful to my constituents. I'm thankful for all who were out there voting, taking the initiative to actually use that right in order to make our city a greater city. There were so many young people, the high school kids that were first-time voters, and they were so excited. And so this was an honor to have these young people, the newest generations, to actually take it as serious as they knew that it was to change this whole nation, in fact. So I'm really honored. I'm looking forward to 4 wonderful years. I have plans, I have some goals that I'm looking forward to achieve, and with the help of the council, we will do it together. And it's something that is going to be something that we truly will work together on and work in unison in order to get all of these accomplishments done. And that's all really I have to say. I'm honored to be here tonight. Thank you very much.
Congratulations again, Councilmember
Thank
Honor
you.
Rose Cole. Rosalia?
Okay, and our next council member, Robert Torres. If I can have you raise your right hand.
Yes, I'm having my family join me for this particular, there we go. You
Fantastic.
said, what hand was that, by the way?
That would be your right hand.
Oh, right hand. Oh, wait. Left hand, right hand up, right?
There you go.
Right, very good.
There you go. Okay. Do you please state your name?
Robert Torres,
Do solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you're about to enter. If you agree, please say, I do.
I do.
Congratulations, Councilmember Torres.
Congratulations, Councilmember.
All right. Wanted to say, take this brief moment and opportunity, for one, is to thank the voters of District 6 who turned out in record numbers to vote for the candidates of their choice. I do want to congratulate the other candidates who ran as well, whether in District 6 or all parts of the city. But I also want to thank my family, because my family stuck with me throughout the duration of the campaign, and I could never have done it without their support. And I think it's a testament to the community that if you go out and work hard and you believe in your values and you work hard for change and you talk to the community, that you can get elected, and you can get elected without the help of the establishment. And although my mother and my family have been involved in Pomona politics for almost 2 decades, we are not establishment people in no way, shape, or form. And I've heard a lot of issues and I've heard a lot of feedback from the community, and people want change right now. They want change immediately. And I'm looking forward to working with every single council member to help implement these changes. I'm looking forward to funding youth programs. I'm looking forward to funding different street projects, improving 911 emergency response times, and of course, housing the homeless. So with that, I just want to say thank you so much to District 6 for voting to bring me back. And I'm always going to work hard to make sure that District 6 is #1 and that Pomona comes back and is greater than any of the surrounding cities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Torres. Congratulations again to you. Okay, I turn it back over to you, City Clerk.
Okay, so just very quickly, under section 2-42E of the City of Pomona's Municipal Code, it indicates that a recess will be placed on the agenda following the swearing in of new and incumbent council members. This requirement will be waived due to the current COVID-19 restrictions pertaining to social distancing, so there will not be a recess as there has been before in the past when we have done the swearing ins.
So no donuts, no hot chocolates,
No punch,
no coffee.
Maybe
okay. We'll have to do a reenactment of all this when we get the clearance from the county or the state, and or both. Thank you. Listen, I do want to say thank you, Rosalia. I know that this period leading up to the election is a very intense period for you and your staff, and just want to express I think it's fair to say I speak for the council when I say we really appreciate how you conducted that process. It's never easy. You have a lot of different people, and just want to express my thanks. Also want to thank our counselor, Sonia. I know that you helped us with the ballot measures and getting that ready to go, and making sure that it was a neutral stating of the facts. And the reality is that through the voters, the voters voted overwhelmingly for Measure PO. And that was very significant for the city. which certainly council members, if they choose, can talk about it under council member updates. And James, thank you so much. I just want to thank James. Thank you and your team. I know that it's always an easy time because you never know who's going to get elected. And but I know you guys continue to do the work day in and day out. And so just want to express my thanks to you and your staff and to all the staff members of the city of Pomona. So we move on to the next item, City Clerk.
Thank you for that, Mayor. Very well, appreciate it. Okay, next item is Mayor Councilmember Communications. These are reports on conferences, seminars, and regional meetings attended by the mayor and city council and announcements of upcoming events.
And just for John, just so you know, I go down the list. If you don't want to say anything, you don't have to, but I start with my esteemed colleague from the great District 1, Councilmember, listen to this, John, Councilmember John Nolte.
Thank you. It has a pleasantly familiar ring to it to me. I haven't been to any regional conferences. I will say I do plan to have a celebration of sorts via Zoom in the near future. I haven't set the exact date, but anybody who's interested, I'll post it on my social media and send out some emails. Just a chance to get together and talk, and maybe for me to share some of my vision. So look out for that coming soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Preciado.
I'll start off by saying congratulations to those elected and re-elected. I can't wait to work with you for at least these next 2 years on our end. I have to say November has become probably the toughest mental health month for me. But it's always such a pleasure to see everybody being so excited and so involved and checking for updates, and it's just a wonder to see, and I appreciate everybody out there. 70% of voter turnout in the city of Pomona. That is just a great celebration right there in and of itself. People are getting more involved and more active, and we thank you and we appreciate you very much. We have some. Be very safe and be very careful. As everybody knows, there's a new stay-at-home order. Some may agree, some may not agree, but the number one thing to do is we got to protect our health. And so please be safe out there, and especially with the upcoming holidays. Thank you, everyone, and we appreciate you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Preciado. Vice Mayor Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Congratulations to all of the newly elected and re-elected council members in the city of Pomona. I look forward to the next 2 years and hopefully more, but I think that everyone here has known each other and worked with each other well in the past, and I look forward to more work with you in the future. And with that, I would like to say that since August of this year, my colleague Victor Preciado and I have been working with Pomona Valley NAACP along with the Pomona Police Department's Chief Ellis to evaluate the Pomona Police Department's use of no-knock warrants within city limits after a constituent spoke with the NAACP regarding the use of such tactics in the past. Through our communications with the chief, the NAACP, and the constituent, Councilmember Preciado and myself have learned that no-knock warrants are not commonly used in the city of Pomona. It is an outdated and rarely used tactic. After many months of collaborative communication and forward progress, it is necessary to bring the process forward to the Pomona City Council because there are two options before us prepared by the chief with the input of several stakeholders. One option favored by the chief is in spirit with, but short of, a no-knock ban in the city of Pomona, reserving the use of no-knock bans to particular circumstances. The other is supported by the NAACP as well as Councilmember Preciado and myself, and that is a total and complete ban on the antiquated and dangerous tactic of no-knock warrants in the city of Pomona. Other cities have passed such a measure, and it is known as the Breonna Taylor Law. At the request of the Pomona Valley NAACP, I am now tonight asking for council consensus on bringing this forward for a public discussion and vote no later than the last council meeting in January. And Mayor, I understand that protocol dictates that I wait until the end of the meeting to ask for that consensus, but I do want to thank everyone that has participated in these meetings We have worked together wonderfully, and I appreciate the responsiveness of Chief Ellis, as well as the leadership of the Pomona Valley NAACP regarding this matter and our constituents' rights. Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me this time to speak.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Garcia, we can certainly bring it up at the end, but certainly I can just say we'll bring it forward in January at the latest, the second meeting. So we're good to go.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that.
Yep, you got it. And Chief, thank you so much. I know you're obviously very aware of this, having been a part of those conversations. So just want to make sure that I acknowledge that. Thank you, Chief. All right, let's go ahead and turn it over to Council Member Ana Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank everybody. And again, and also please continue to be safe. Our numbers are going up, but with our continued policies of 6 feet, wearing your mask, washing your hands, on a constant basis, we can curb this high amount of people that I'm it's hitting home. There's a lot of people that I know right now, personally, that have COVID. It is out there, it's real. They're suffering right now, but they're getting better, but it is in existence and people need to realize that. I'm also, thank you very much, Chief Ellis, for your continued correspondence with me regarding the homeless situation that is going on in several of my areas. And we don't have to get into detail, but Public Works has been very, very, steadfast in this as well, taking care of the situations that are out there. Also the fires that we've had in the Ganesha Hills has me worried for the constituents. This is our city, and we don't want to have any kind of loss of any kind in any of our areas of the city of Pomona. And I also, on a good note, on a positive note, I am having a toy drive. Please notify me, 909-837-8677. If you are in need of any toys for your children, for your grandchildren, please just contact me and I will get back to you. I've had several people already doing this. We have a pretty good crowd, and I will inform you of all the other details. So just stay safe, and thank you so much again for my reelection.
Thank you, Councilmember Ana Cole. Councilmember Listro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had to remind myself how many weeks ago we last had our meeting. It's been 3 weeks, and at that meeting, I congratulated my three colleagues on their reelection. And so I would say the same to John Nolte tonight. Councilmember Nolte, welcome back to our virtual dais. Get used to it. I think we're going to be here for a while, but this is the way we're doing business, and I think we've been doing a good job with that. Just want to thank everybody who took the time to come out to Ross Dress for Less a few weeks ago and donate to Pomona PD's Stuff a Cruiser program. From what I could see, was very successful, and hopefully the police department will be able to help make the holidays a little bit more enjoyable for a lot of our families here in Pomona. Likewise, hope everybody had a nice Thanksgiving. And then, as Councilmember Preciado mentioned, with our new county health order and the more restrictive measures that we have in place, I would just urge everybody, do what's necessary to keep yourself safe and to keep your friends, neighbors, family, everybody safe. We've all heard it a bunch of times that we're all fighting this together, and I think probably more important now than any time in the last 7 or 8 months, especially now over the holidays. And on that same note, if you do have to go out to do necessary shopping or obviously to get a meal, if you can, support our Pomona businesses. There's a lot of them that are hurting. There's many of them that have closed already. Hopefully not too many more will. But your help, even if it's once a week, twice a week, whatever, especially our small family-owned businesses. They're struggling right now. So whatever you can do to help them out through takeout or delivery, very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lestro. Councilmember Torres.
I'll keep my comments really brief. Just want to thank all the community partners who helped us on our Thanksgiving turkey drive. Partnered up with our Congresswoman's office, and we were able to deliver almost 100 turkeys to families, not just in Pomona, but Chino, Montclair, and Ontario. And like some of the other organizations and some of my colleagues on the City Council, I will be doing a toy drive for District 6 or for anybody in the City of Pomona. And as a matter of fact, feel free to contact me or check out or stay tuned for the information, mostly on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. I will be sending out information via email. But at this time, like I said, want to encourage folks to stay healthy and to follow all the health guidelines in the meantime, and to contact me if you need any assistance with the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Torres. I just have two things. The first item is I just want to remind the residents that our rental assistance program is still ongoing. We're still taking applications. So if you know of anyone who you feel would benefit from this program, and I'm sure many of you do who are watching or listening, is make sure that they apply. And there are organizations that are providing support with the application process. And so the families or the individual does not have to fill out that form by themselves. There is help available. You can find out more about that on our website, but you could also just call our COVID hotline and get more information on what steps you can take to at least to apply for the program. And that also includes small business assistance relief as well. So really want to encourage small businesses, micro businesses, to apply as well. And just want the community to know that those two programs are available. The second thing is and I'll just be brief and reiterate some of what my colleagues have said, is I think all of us are frustrated. We're tired. Obviously, the pandemic has altered and changed the way we live. And sometimes I know decisions get made, and there's tremendous frustration that comes from those decisions. And I can just say on a very personal level, I know a number of people who have lost family members, and this has not been easy. This has been incredibly difficult, and I know that that frustration is real. But really want to encourage everyone, to the best of their abilities, to follow the order. Please wear your mask. Please social distance. Avoid going out. And I know that for those of you who are essential workers, I know it's tough. It's difficult. And we are all hoping for the very best. I do see a ray of light. I do see some sunshine over the horizon. I know that the vaccine from various companies perhaps will be available relatively soon. Not to everyone, of course. It'll take time. But as I stated before, let's continue to look out for each other. When we make decisions, know that those decisions are not just about us, but they're about your family, they're about your neighbor, and perhaps they're even about people you don't even know. So let's continue to look out for each other. With that, I turn it over to Rosalie.
Okay, next item is City Manager Communications, and these are reports from the City Manager.
And Mayor and Council, I just wanted to inform the public that may not know that City Hall is closed right now to walk-in business. We are open to appointments only, but due to the rise in COVID numbers and the stay-at-home order, we've made the decision to close City Hall until after the first of the year, where we'll reevaluate the situation then. And my second update is I just wanted to remind the council that we only have one City Council meeting in January, on January 4th. The second meeting in January, which falls on Martin Luther King Day, has already been canceled. So we'll come back on January 4th, and then we won't have a meeting until February. That's all.
Thank you, James. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the next item.
Next item is public participation. In response to the global COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with California Governor's Executive Order N2520 regarding the Brown Act and guidance from the California Department of Public Health on gatherings, please note that comments for public participation or for a specific item on the agenda were accepted by email and will be read into the record by the city clerk. The deadline to submit email comments was 6 p.m. and comments will also be accepted via the Q&A feature on Zoom or by live comment by phone or internet. If you would like to comment, please indicate now to staff by either using the raise hand feature on Zoom, dialing *9 if you are calling in via phone, or leaving a comment in the Q&A box. Staff will call on you one at a time. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes for their comment. And this evening, Mayor, we do have email comments, and there's a total of 16 emails that were received by the city clerk's office.
Okay.
I'm going to start those emails now. Okay, first public comment is from Chris Lang. Dear Mayor and Council members, thank you for the opportunity to address you remotely. I'm a neighbor of Ganesha Park, directly impacted by the series of recent suspicious fires in the Park Hills. Volunteers like myself regularly collect trash along its hillside trails, including countless cigarette butts and lighters. Too frequently, we also encounter the charred remains of open campfires and fireworks. The fact that the park is not maintained to the same brush removal standards as the adjoining private properties further increases the risk of a tragic repeat of the September 27, 1970 fires when 13 Ganesha Hills homes were lost to arson. Over the past few years, Pomona PD and the HEART team have done a remarkable job improving the situation in Ganesha Park. Unfortunately, much of the progress city employees and volunteers make towards beautifying Pomona parks for its citizens is oftentimes reversed overnight by littering, public defecation, drug use, and illegal dumping. Unpatrolled, the Ganesha Park Hills in particular are an attractive safe haven for all manners of illicit nighttime activity. Therefore, I very much support the efforts of members of the Parks and Recreation Commission, City Council, and staff to establish a park ranger program ASAP. In the meantime, to expand the civilian volunteer patrol program with park ranger duties. Next comment is from Dan Bacani. Mr. Bacani indicates, my name is Dan Bacani, principal founder of Lee & Associates, Pasadena, Inc. I have approximately 20 years of experience as a commercial real estate broker. Since 2012, I have sold and or leased several Masonic properties throughout our state. I am presently the primary commercial real estate broker and consultant for the Grand Lodge of Free and Accepted Masons of California, which is based out of San Francisco. As a matter of clarification, Grand Lodge, as it is commonly referred is the governing body of Freemasonry in the state of California, which is comprised of approximately 63,000 members operating out of 300 locally based lodges. In 2017, I was retained to lease areas of the building. As part of the property assessment interview, I asked my contact if he was aware if the subject property was historic. He replied that he was not aware of any such designation. I then conducted an online search through the National Register of Historic Places, which did not list the subject property as historic. While I do not remember the person I spoke with, I contacted the planning department via telephone in order to find out as much as possible about the real estate. In addition to questions regarding the types of uses that would be allowed, I also specifically asked if the building was considered historic from a city perspective. The reply was a definite no. In late 2018, I was allowed to market 395 South Thomas Street for sale. In February of 2020, the Pomona Masonic Temple was sold to John Pena of Mission Oak Group, LLC. Okay, next comment is from Angelette Joseph. My name is Angelette Joseph. I am the on-site manager for the town apartments located at 2137, 2143, 2149, and 2155 North Town Avenue. I'm sending this email to address the fast flow of traffic on Town Avenue coming south from Claremont heading towards the 10 freeway, as well as coming north from the 10 freeway. During the past 10 years, an extreme amount of cars have been totaled or suffered a hit and run. Personally, I have lost 2 cars to hit and runs. More than 10 tenants have lost cars in the same manner. This is a very, very dangerous matter, as I would be devastated if someone loses their life by simply trying to park their car. Not to mention we have to cross from one side to the other after parking on the north side of Town Avenue. On December 5th, 2019, I attended the wildlife meeting along with LaRonda. She is one of my tenants. We spoke with Mayor Sandoval and our councilman Robert Torres, yet nothing has been done to ease the fast flow of traffic. I have addressed this with the Pomona Traffic Division on too many occasions. Furthermore, since parking enforcement has resumed for the first time in the 22 years that I have lived here, the traffic department has decided to give us tickets after the street sweeper has passed, but nothing is done about the speeding. This is not acceptable. We are D6 taxpayers and deserve better than these ongoing problems in D6. The city of Pomona needs to mark this email as urgent and develop some sort of plan to slow the traffic down. Thank you. Next comment is from Kizzy Moore. Good evening, council members. Last month, I sent an email to address concerns about the traffic on Town Avenue. Mr. Torres, you were sent a message as well. However, this problem remains. There is only one sign posted which say 25 miles per hour when children are present. The residents would like to know when this issue should be addressed. We understand nothing happens overnight. However, we would like to know our concerns are being acknowledged and will be addressed. Mayor Sandoval and Mr. Torres, we ask that you be proactive and not reactive. Next comment is from the following individuals: Karen Lower, Marilyn Richards, Dylan Querillo, Lorraine Canales, Margaret Smith, Samuel Tharp, Deborah Tharp, and Brenda Olivas. Mayor Sandoval and the members of the Pomona City Council, Robert Torres worked hard to be reelected as the representative for District 6, and we would like to know how to hold him accountable. During the past 4 years, we have been forced to contact the mayor and other council members because Mr. Torres will not respond to our telephone calls, emails, or letters, and has blocked many of us from commenting on his social media account. He does not acknowledge invitations to participate in community activities. We cannot tolerate the same lack of participation over the next 4 years. We need to know what we can do to turn the situation around. The residents of District 6 deserve to have a city council person who wants to represent everyone, not just a chosen few. If Mr. Torres is not willing to be a positive influence and be engaged in the community, then he needs to step aside and leave this job to someone who will. Next comment is from Mary Prendergast. Mayor Sandoval and members of the Pomona City Council. I'm beginning the 6th month of trying to evict a nuisance tenant in the city of Pomona. My owner is out over $7,000 and is still waiting for her day in court. The tenants moved in with excellent credentials and went astray 10 months into their tenancy. As tenant advocates continue to protect the eviction moratorium, please understand that there are tenants who do not deserve to be protected. In this case, the owner is evicting due to behavioral issues. The judge would not grant an emergency eviction because of COVID-19. It seems it is acceptable to keep a tenant who beats up his girlfriend, has been arrested more than once, who physically assaulted 2 police officers while resisting arrest, and often has loud and disruptive parties in his unit. I have lost count on how many times the neighbors have had to call the police on them. I know at least one of you is seeking a police commission. Instead of concentrating on the conduct of the Pomona police officers, perhaps time should be spent in the community communicating to our citizens about proper conduct. I would say it is the action of the individual who dictates how an encounter with the police is going to end up. I know the members of the Pomona Police Department respect the residents of Pomona. You can drive around the community and see the disrespect offered by residents by looking at the amount of graffiti in the neighborhoods. I would like to thank the members of the Pomona Police Department for their patience with all the calls for service during this eviction period. I hope this will be over soon. I encourage the council members to stay out of the property management business, but continue to offer your steadfast support to the Pomona Police Department as they strive to protect us. Next comment is from Jason Warren. Mr. Warren says, I have been a resident in Pomona for several years. I pay my rent on time, have a career, pay taxes, and contribute to society. I have reached my limit on patience with the hookers, pimps, drug dealers, and homeless in my neighborhood. I know my landlord pays an annual fee for a business license. Do those making money on the streets pay the same fees? I have a job that requires me to be alert. It is not okay that I am constantly woken up from the ring on my front porch in the middle of the night by someone looking around for something to steal. I can no longer walk my dog in my neighborhood. The homeless encampment on Commercial between Eleanor and Palomares continues to increase in size, and the stench of human waste is unhealthy and unbearable. I strongly encourage you to support the Pomona Police Department and approve the resources they need to clean up the streets. I do not want to move, but may be forced out due to these daily shenanigans. Next comment is from Mariela Diaz. A while back, my family was cited by code enforcement for having a canopy in our backyard. We installed it so we would have shade over our table so our family could eat outside together. Our landlord tried to obtain approval for us to keep it, but her request was denied. Now just a few blocks from my house is a row of tents occupied by people. Why are they allowed to put up tents on the street, but my family is not allowed to put up a canopy in our backyard? We pay rent to live in our home. Are these people paying rent to anyone? Where are they going to the bathroom? Some come in our yard to take their showers using our water and hose. This can no longer be tolerated. On behalf of my family, please do something about the homeless who have invaded our neighborhood. It is important that you support the Pomona Police Department so they can clean up these streets. My family deserves to have a quiet enjoyment of the home we rent. Thank you for your time. Next comment is from Beth Brooks. The members of the Pomona City Council should not be calling out slumlords unless you are looking in the mirror. I realize we are supposed to be safer at home, but have you driven around the city lately? There is more graffiti than ever. Trash is everywhere, and the entire city looks like a dump. Has it been forgotten that we passed a tax a few years ago to support services for the homeless? What about all the money that was spent on our homeless shelter? Why are there people wandering aimlessly around the city at all hours of the day and night? Why are you accepting them leaving their needles and condoms in the streets and allowing them to use everywhere and anywhere as their bathrooms? We were not able to celebrate Thanksgiving with several households together. Why are the homeless allowed to set their tents up on Commercial Street? Does COVID-19 somehow skip people living on the streets? I'm curious to know if our city manager has ever driven the streets of Pomona on the weekend. If he has, it is a shame nothing has been done about the deplorable conditions the citizens have to look at. If the council is determined to have an inspection ordinance for rentals, then you need to start by cleaning up your house. Next comment from Patricia Newton. As the owner of a commercial real estate office in Pomona, I'm extremely disappointed by the leadership in the city. I have tenants who I have either lost or who are threatening to move because of situations that should be under your control. How many times can an illegal cannabis dispensary be shut down by the police, only to be open for business a few hours later? Businesses in our city are being lost because of the cannabis situation. Vandalism is discouraging and expensive. The damage done to the buildings we manage have cost the owners and tenants thousands of dollars. Why do we have to put up with this? It is important that the Pomona Police Department be given the resources and permission to clean up these neighborhoods. If you don't, I'm going to lose the rest of my tenants and I'm going to end up with vacant buildings, which will be a financial hardship for my owners and eyesores for the city. It seems as if you care more about the people living on the streets than those who pay for homes and own businesses. We have donated enough money to support the homeless shelter. I think if those on the street do not want help, then they need to help themselves on down the road. Next comment from Julie Mestas. I represent many business owners in Pomona. I would like to know what the City Council is doing to support our local businesses, restaurants in particular, during this COVID-19 shutdown. I understand that Claremont and Laverne have organized leadership working with the county and wonder what is being done to assist Pomona businesses. One new restaurant of particular concern is located in District 6. I left Mr. Torres a message a week ago as I wanted to talk to him directly. Hearing nothing back, I felt it was then appropriate to bring the issue to the entire council. Another cause of concern is the homeless situation. My tenants have spent thousands of dollars on damages caused by those living on the streets. Why are you tolerating this? I have family members who live near the encampment on Commercial and Eleanor. I fear for their health and safety. Would you want these tents set up near your homes? We are not allowed to gather together as families, but these individuals are allowed to camp tent after tent after tent. Please listen to the business community and do something about both issues. Thank you. Next comment from Dennis Guerrillo. Mayor Sandoval and members of the Pomona City Council. My alley looks like a used furniture store. The way my home sits, the alley is my front yard. Currently, there are mattresses, chairs, and a sofa dotting the alley. It looks like a dump. My neighbor and I have called illegal dumping several times, but these items are still in the alley. I live in District 6 and do not know what else to do. Next comment is from Ricky Fine. I no longer feel safe in my home. There are pimps, hookers, drug dealers, and the homeless constantly walking in my neighborhood. The encampment on Commercial and Eleanor is disgusting. My family can no longer take walks in the neighborhood. Because of safer at home orders, I am not allowed to have my family over, but they can have a massive gathering on the street. My landlord has been in contact with the Heart team, and I have witnessed a larger police presence, but the people are still there. Please give the Pomona Police Department the resources they need to clean up this area. It is not healthy to have people who appear to be altered by drugs walking around the neighborhood using the street as a bathroom. I fear for the safety of my family. Thank you for your time. Next comment from Nicholas Warren. I work hard and pay my rent on time. When I go to work now, I fear for the safety of my family. We should not have to tolerate a homeless encampment in our neighborhood. Please do something about those living on Commercial and Eleanor. I enjoy my home. My neighbors and I are tired of having to put up with the actions of outsiders who have invaded our area. I am expected to follow the rules. Why aren't they? The time for compassion has passed. Please work with the members of the Pomona Police Department as they clean up the streets. I do not wish to move and expect the council to respect my right of quiet enjoyment of my property. It seems as if the citizens have lost their rights and those living on the streets are allowed to do what they want. It is time for change. Next comment from Keith Booker. I would like to think I am in the majority of tenants in the city of Pomona who are happy with their landlords. It is important that you leave the property management business up to those who are licensed. I do not want an inspection ordinance passed. I do not want strangers walking through my home. When there is a problem, my owner takes care of it immediately. COVID-19 regulations are just giving irresponsible tenants excuses for bad behavior. My owner has been trying to evict my next door neighbors for going on 6 months with no success. They obviously are not worried about COVID-19, evidenced by their nightly activities and constant partying with guests. I work and need sleep. If the politicians had stayed out of this, I would have new neighbors by now. Please do not strangle the landlords anymore and reinstate the laws that have been in place for years. Leave us alone and allow our owners to do their jobs. And final comment this evening comes from Sandra Ingalls Lacey. This letter is to convey my utter disgust at the way the city of Pomona has been dealing with the homeless crisis. It seems the tax-paying citizens have less rights than the homeless people who are trashing our streets. In the past 2 years, my property has incurred thousands of dollars of damage caused specifically from homeless people. Actual examples are: 1, at least 5 separate break-ins on the property, including loss of tools, damage to vehicles, garage doors that had to be replaced, estimated damage over $15,000. Number 2, 3 separate fires started by the homeless in 1 month that could have burned down the entire property, including one that was intentionally set to my vehicle, and it was a total loss. Number 3, I've had to spend thousands of dollars on security camera systems, lights, locks, and fencing, not to mention the time lost handling all the damage. My neighbors on both sides of me have endured many losses as well. I could give you pages of examples of this problem, but I think you get the point. This has got to stop. What are we paying taxes for if we can't have rights as taxpayers? It seems not only do I have to work, pay taxes and insurance, but I have to pay out of pocket for damage the homeless are wrecking on my property. It's absolutely sickening, and I say enough is enough. And that was the final comment this evening.
And Rosalie, do we have any speakers who've raised their hand or who wish to speak?
Looks like we have 3 participants who have raised their hand.
Okay, do you want to go ahead and have them, give them the 3 minutes?
Absolutely. So the first speaker will be Natalie Chaidez. Ms. Chaidez, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Natalie Chaidez. I'm here representing the Pomona Community Foundation. First, I would like to congratulate everyone for who was reelected or elected. We look forward to working with our city leadership on this project that not just the Pomona Community Foundation, but it also including Tri-City Mental Health Authority, Bright Prospect, and Fairplex have been working to push forward through funding that we received through the Bomber Group. This project is really for us to take an opportunity to come together as a community, as we hear not just from our leadership, not just from our institutions such as PUSD and Cal Poly Pomona, but our community organizations and community members on a discussion around what is quality of life in Pomona and how do we track it? And furthermore, how do we build collaborative efforts to to help ensure that whoever lives in Pomona, whoever is born in Pomona, they're cared for and able to achieve the highest quality of life throughout their life cycle. So again, this is a project that we have begun together and are looking to gather more community input around. This is the Pomona Vision 2030 project, as we are calling it. We will be hosting a town hall on the 10th, so this Thursday at 6 p.m. And it's our initial town hall for us to explain furthermore of the parameters of the project, how we hope to work together with different groups. This is just the beginning of our engagement. We're already looking and contacting different organizations and departments to begin listening as to what makes a good life in Pomona and how do we track that. I did send an email to all of the council, so if you are able to join us, we would love to have you. Ms. Councilmember Nolte, I don't think you got that email, so I will forward it to you. And for anyone in the community who may be listening and interested, you can email me at chaidez@fairplex.com, and Chaidez is spelled Chaidez. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Next speaker is calling in from a telephone number. If you can please state your name for the record.
Hello, I am Daryl Cruz. Remember when Robert Torres on September 14th said, "I come from a family of immigrants. My mother came from Guatemala. She captured the American dream, got elected to Congress, and I always tell folks, Latinos have to advocate for Latinos. In the future, we have to come together and advocate for Latino issues, period." Over a dozen times, Mayor of Pomona, the mother, Norma Torres, voted against allowing the use of cannabis for medical purposes. Yet last week in Congress, she voted to make cannabis legal in the United States of America. I have to wonder why she would finally recognize what everybody knew. Everybody has known it was medicine for years, legal here in California since 1996. So why would she not allow my cannabis business back in 2006, but now she supports it? I guess that's the tree that rotted fruit did fall from. Now it makes sense. It's no wonder that two old white men came to Pomona to provide medicine to Pomona residents for whom the use was recommended by physicians licensed in the state to perform medicine. It's only natural that the one who raised Robert to advocate for Latino issues, period, would raise issues with a non-Latino owned business. She's even more hateful than I've been previously believed, but it's totally believable when you listen to her son, Councilman Robert Torres, also stated he stopped funding organizations that spoke bad about his community partners. Why does anyone ever get to say we were all in this together? Robert Torres is only in it for his people, to do what his longtime supporters and friends tell him to do, just like Mommy, when she had the city council staff lie to allow code enforcement to use all the tools to abate us. Why? Because it was wrong? No. Gavin Newsom allowed it at the exact same time in San Francisco. She opposed it because her longtime supporters and friends told her to. She was wrong, very wrong, and it is very wrong of her to have a change of mind after she has done so much damage with her previous position and her use of police powers to destroy the lives of people doing what the people wanted. Most people were too afraid to do what I did. People like Norma Torres and Robert Torres are the reasons why. Totally hateful with a full measure of ignorance. Give me my license.
Okay, thank you, speaker. Our next speaker is Benjamin Wood. Go ahead, Mr. Wood.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, city staff, and beloved community. First of all, congratulations to our people who won their elections. It was a very bit difficult and busy election season, and I think by and large the candidates ran clean campaigns with only very few exceptions. Especially, it's great to see John back up on the dais as a housing champion, and we're looking forward to having deepening that collaboration. I just want to apologize preemptively in case the baby cries. My little one is 4.5 months now, and Councilmember Nolte and Councilmember Garcia have already congratulated me about that. So I want to thank the both of you. The center, the POC, has been contracting with the city to process these rental assistance applications, and we have all hands on deck. We have basically converted into a 24-hour operation to process them and get as many of them filed as possible. And it just really speaks to the need in our community. We definitely appreciate the fact that our city has put this money on the table, and because not all of cities do. And it really speaks to the level of the collaboration or their responsiveness to the housing justice movement in this community. And in the course of that, it has come to my attention, of course, we have very strict restrictions about what we can say because there's confidentiality agreements. But in particular in the mobile homes where there already is a rent control in place, I would just want to encourage all of you to go back and please take a look at that section of the code, because it says that you are all, as a council, supposed to be acting as a rent board for those mobile home parks. There are increases that are far beyond what that ordinance allows. And most of the tenants in those mobile home parks do not realize that they can and should address you. And to me, it just really speaks to the need for a real rent board, one that has enforcement power and that can dedicate itself to hearing these concerns, because obviously you all as council members have a lot on your plates besides just what's going on in the mobile home parks and in the rental housing. So it's just another encouragement for all of you to take very seriously. I think COVID is highlighting how important housing is. And nobody knows what's going to happen at the end of January when our protections under AB 3088 expire, but it does not bode well, especially since, the tenants are not going to be protected, and some of them are not even able to take advantage of the rental assistance program. So we definitely, have very high expectations for this new council and are looking forward to a great collaboration with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Next speaker is Miranda Sheffield. Go ahead, Ms. Sheffield.
Hi, thank you so much for tonight, and congratulations to everyone who was able to win their re-election, and also for those who got elected newly. John, really excited to see you getting sworn in tonight. And also, I really publicly wanted to echo what Mayor Sandoval said tonight, that Rosalia, we are all so appreciative of you, the time, the energy, the dedication, and the also attention to detail that you took to make sure that all of us were on our P's and Q's with this. I personally am very thankful for you, and I appreciate all the effort that you and your staff took to make sure that this election process was nice and sound, and also to make sure all the other parts that come with running for office. And I also just wanted to take this opportunity. 2020, as was mentioned, it was an unprecedented amount of people who came out to vote, especially for District 6. It was exciting to be a candidate running in our Pomona City Council election on a very progressive platform. I think something that our city has not been able to see in quite a while. And I hope that, I want to say this personally to Councilmember Robert Torres, now that our elections have been finalized and everything, I hope that you will present an opportunity for all of us to be able to come together, especially in District 6, to address issues that I think have not been had attention to. And while we were opponents and we were running against one another, I think that this would be a great opportunity for leadership and to be able to build in a way that is not personal, but more so about the greater good of our city, and also being able to recognize that with this pandemic, there's going to be a lot of issues that are going to need to be addressed, and we're going to have to do it with a team effort. So I hope that you will be able to recognize that, and that we can all be able to work to make Pomona the great city that we know that it is, and keep the people first in mind. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Sheffield. Okay, Mayor, I don't see any more hands up or anyone else wanting to speak.
Great. Okay, thank you. And thank you to everyone who shared their concerns and shared their comments. There was a comment made by Ben Wood regarding the role of the council in a rent board. If I could just ask our councilor, not now, but just to look into that for us, it would be appreciated. All right, if we can go ahead and move on to the next item, Rosalia.
Okay. Next item is the consent calendar. All matters under the consent calendar may be enacted by a single motion without separate discussion. If discussion or a separate vote on any item is desired by a council member, that item may be removed from the consent calendar and considered separately. All consent items pulled for discussion will be limited to 5 minutes. If they are not enacted upon within 5 minutes, the mayor will move that consent item to the end of the agenda after consideration of the public hearings. Any motion relating to an ordinance or a resolution shall also waive the reading of the ordinance or resolution and include its introduction or adoption as appropriate. And we do not have any email comments for any consent calendar items this evening, Mayor.
Thank you, Rosalie. Are there any council members who want to remove or to pull any of the consent calendar items? If not, I'll ask for a motion.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mayor, I'd like to pull agenda 5 or item 5, please.
Okay. And I heard you, Councilmember Torres.
Yes, same item 5.
Okay. All right. Hearing that the only item that wants to be pulled by the council are these 2 council members, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar minus item 5?
Move the balance.
Okay, I have a first by Councilmember Lestro, and the second is from Councilmember Vice Mayor Garcia. Okay.
Yes, Mayor.
If we could do a roll call, Rosalie.
Nolte?
Aye.
Preciado?
Yes.
Garcia?
Yes.
Ontiveros Cole?
Yes.
Lustro?
Yes.
Torres?
Yes.
Sandoval?
Yes. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to agenda item 5. Do you want to read it?
Sure. Item number 5 is approve entering into a long-term renewable energy agreement with Manzana Wind LLC on behalf of Pomona Choice Energy.
Okay, and we don't have any speakers on that item, so I'll turn it over to you, Councilmember Rose Cole, and then we'll go over to you, Councilmember Torres.
Thank you, Mayor. I've had several constituents notifying me in regards to this item tonight. And 2 of them have expressed that they were not given the chance to opt out or didn't have the time, or it just wasn't done. They received their bills of their Edison bill, and on top of the Edison bill was an additional charge from the other party, the Pomona Choice, and they're senior citizens, and they're very concerned about why they're being added on with an additional $65 or $55. And this added an additional cost to their statement. And they're very concerned as to how they're going to maintain this type of bill on a monthly basis. And I'm really concerned that they have even expressed, and not just them, but over the last few weeks, people have expressed why we were not as transparent as we should have been in regards to this item. We had various times, through our council meetings that we did have these, that this discussion was done. But they did not have the opportunity to really learn more about it. That is really bothering me as a council person. I remember in 2018, I believe we had this come forward in our city council in 2018, probably around this time. And it was presented to us at that time where I voted, I did not approve on this. I believe Council Adriana Robles, Gina Escobar, and I believe Councilperson Torres. We did not approve this item. So it's here before us tonight, and we are here to determine whether or not we're going to to approve entering into a long-term renewable energy agreement. My concern is if maybe staff could possibly answer a couple of questions for me in regards to the amount of monies that we're spending, that we're going to go into a contract, and it's $178,536. Who can answer that for me?
Mayor, if you'd like, I can answer this.
Chris, please feel free to do so.
Yeah, a few things that were brought up there. First, on the opting out process, there have already been 2 opportunities for the community to opt out, and there are additional opportunity, or I should say 2 mailings that were sent out, and there will be 2 more mailings, 4 in total. Members of the community can opt out if they choose to do so at any time. It was also mentioned that there was an additional charge on the bill. Yes, there is 2 charges. One is for transportation, one is for generation. Both of those charges has always been on customers' bills because Edison did the transmission and distribution, and Edison did the generation. The only difference this time is the generation is being provided by Pomona Choice Energy at the exact same rate as Edison. So there is absolutely no difference in the bill prior to Pomona Choice Energy's existence. And finally, as to the transparency, at the last council meet, or at a council meeting several meetings ago, we had a special meeting specifically for a Q&A for questions to the community. And I believe it was at that point, if my memory serves me correctly, that was the 14th time that something was brought to the community regarding Pomona Choice Energy. Since that time, we brought additional contracts and different items to the community. So this is probably nearing in on 20 different opportunities that something has been brought to the community, in addition to the mailings that were sent out and things of that nature. So I think there's been a significant amount of outreach that has taken place. And finally, this contract that is being brought to the council tonight is for a long-term contract for purchasing power, which is a public utilities requirement. The council, the Pomona Choice Energy is required or subjected to the PUC's regulations when it comes to certain long-term contracts for renewable energies, green energies, things of that nature. So we are simply meeting the public utilities requirements at this juncture, and I'm available to answer any additional questions.
So the 100
before you go on, Councilmember, before you proceed, just
yes,
real quick.
Yes, sir.
You would, I recall in an email that you had offered to look at an individual's bill to explain it.
Yes.
So if Councilmember Honoros Cole wants to get you the information of those individuals, I think it would be appropriate, given that you said you would be willing to do that.
Absolutely.
Chris. So just wanted to bring that to your attention, Councilmember Honoros Cole, is that I appreciate Chris really trying to do his best to explain, given that there certainly hasn't been a shortage of community meetings. on this topic?
Well, I would have to ask these constituents if they're willing to show their bill. That's a personal thing for them. So they called me before this council meeting began, and and they read it to me over the phone. So that's something that I would have to ask them, and then they can notify Mr. Diggs on this. Thank you for that information. In regards to the CARE program that some of these seniors and low-income people are on right now, based on their household income, what is the effect? And also, can you refresh my memory as to how many cities are now opted into this particular energy program, sir?
I don't know if well, everyone is automatically opted in. We only have a few percentage that have opted out. The discounts that customers will receive from CARES on the transmission side. So Edison is continuing to provide that discount to all the customers. And as I mentioned, or as the mayor mentioned, I'm willing to discuss anybody's bill they'd like, and my number is 802-7412, and that's my direct line to my office.
Okay, thank you. But in regards to how many cities are now into this type of program where they're buying in on energy rather than allowing, Southern California, who's been our utility company for many years.
I don't have that exact number in front of me, so I don't want to make you think I do, but I believe that number is somewhere around a dozen different cities.
A dozen different cities. Okay.
And there are more still in the San Gabriel Valley that are in the process of doing an aggregator just like we are.
Okay, I don't have any more questions at this time.
Okay, already, Councilor Torres.
Oh, yes. I want to thank my colleague, Councilwoman Ontiveros Cole, for helping pull this item. There definitely needs to be more education to the community in terms of outreach. I don't know what the outreach numbers look like. I understand that there may be opportunities for folks to participate in public input. However, this is a working class community, and oftentimes when we do these meetings, we don't really get good turnouts. And for example, going to during the campaign, I've talked to people door to door, and I can tell you a lot of people had a lot of questions about Pomona Choice and about their billing in particular. Why is it got two different bills? And secondary is why weren't they able to compare the rates? They want to be able to compare. There's no rate comparison available. But I'm glad that we pulled this because I wanted to have a second vote because I can't support this as is, and I know that I'm going to pose a lot of questions. The staff can answer them for me. That would be great. One of the main questions I have is who is Manzana Wind LLC? Are they affiliated with any Manzana's energy companies currently operating within this industry? Because like I said, and I'm not trying to knock anybody in particular, but I did some basic information and searching on the internet, and I came across certain companies with similar names and articles. And like I said, I was a little troubled to hear and read some of this information. It might be a different company, it might not, I don't know, but I wanted to get that clarification because these were two similar names. And if I can get the staff to clarify that, that would be great. That's the first question.
Okay, a couple of things here. There are 23 different CCAs. Those 23 CCAs cover many cities. For example, one of those CCAs is 34 different cities. So I don't have that exact head count, but it is significant. Advanagrid is the company that the Manzana is a project of. It is wind power, and again, what staff is wanting to do is simply to comply with the PUC's regulations for having renewable energies, and so that's really what you have in front of you.
Yeah, that didn't answer my question though. My question is that Manzana Wind affiliated with Manzana Solar, or was affiliated?
No.
No.
Correct. No.
Okay. Also, some of the other questions that have come up in the community is about, I got an email in my email box, and someone sent it to me, and they said, you know, dear Councilman Robert Torres, you are a very influential, big voice in community choice program. And I didn't understand and they said, well, according to the website, you know, you're this big guy. And I don't know what they're talking about. What is the JPA? What is this board? Because to me, it kind of just, I mean, it's another layer of bureaucracy to me, right? And I just, if the staff can answer to me now that we're talking about it, is, I don't know, is the city council as a whole the board, or is it just a few select members? How is this working exactly?
Well, Pomona Choice Energy is its own entity. And being a member of the JPA with a number of the other cities, what that allows us to do is utilize the resources for purchasing power, legal resources for specifically dealing with CCA and things of that nature. So it really allows us just to collaborate with other cities. So, but Pomona Choice Energy is the city council, and the city council, you know, everything within Pomona Choice Energy, obviously subject to PUC regulation, is the council can make those determinations.
Okay, now in the case we're entering in, it looks like a 15-year contract, $180,000 approximately a year, over $2 million over the 2.5 million over the 15 years. What if there's issues going down the line, because this is a new industry we're going into? We lock ourselves into a 15-year contract. What rights does the city, because I've seen on the internet different agencies suing about breaches of contract and whatnot. What rights do we have if today's city council says we want this, and then a couple of years down the line, we're getting complaints from residents, or we're getting complaints from you know, even other council members about their constituents? How do we get out of a 15-year deal? Can you explain that to me without getting sued on a breach of contract? Because 15 years seems quite a long time. Is that normal to have 15 years, or is this something new?
Well, from what I understand, this is common for what we're doing. However, if the city no longer wanted to receive power from Manzana, it could sell that power or that contract to another CalChoice member.
Okay, and we could contract with another energy company?
Well,
the duration of the time, or I mean, we're going into 15 years. If we go into 15 years or 4 years down the line, what do? We do not continue our contract with them and then move forward with another company, or how does that work?
Yeah, if we wanted to get out of the contract that we're in, we would have to enter into another contract with another renewable energy provider and basically sell off the contract that we have to someone else who would need green power.
Okay, I just want reassurance from the city attorney or somebody that if in the event that we could leave this contract, because we're going 15 years, and if, I mean, at that time, I mean, if we could leave this contract, if it doesn't pan out for, well, I want to hear this, what the city attorney says, because once we sign this, are we committing ourselves to 15 years legally? Or is there opportunity for us to say, hey, you know, we revisit this thing every 2 years or every so, and what performance measures do we have? You know, these are a lot of questions that the city council should be talking about to the community instead of just putting on the consent calendar and just voting it through. These are things we have to be talking about. And I'm sorry that it's going to have to happen on a public forum, but if this is the only way I can get them answered, please answer those questions.
So you are entering into, if you approve this agreement tonight, an agreement for a 15-year term. As staff has explained to you, if the city council were to later decide that it didn't want to abide by that, there may be opportunities for you to sell the benefits of this contract. What I do want to remind the council is this: in order to actually create the Pomona Choice program and to enter into the JPA, a lot of work went into doing that. So this is a factor that implements a big policy decision that the city council had already made. So what staff is presenting to you is an agreement that implements this policy decision that was made when you decided as a city to have this program and offer it to your constituents. What I'm hearing this evening is perhaps council members may not have been on the council at the time, or council members who took action on this may not have fully maybe appreciated all of the details that went into what you would have to do as a council. But you're making some pretty significant choices now and decisions having to do with the utility services that are being offered to your constituents. So the specific answer to your question is this is a 15-year term agreement. And the secondary issue is that perhaps we could put some information together, provide it to you to understand, so that you more fully understand your new legal obligations as a result of making those previous policy decisions. I could work with staff to get that information to you.
Yeah, okay. Yes, I just, like I said, I don't know if I heard as clearly as there is an opportunity to leave this contract without any financial liabilities in the case the city's not satisfied. I want to hear you say that. Is that possible?
I'm going to take a look real quick at the termination provisions, since I'm looking at here.
So
If
you don't
have
have
any
an me. Thank you.
I will answer that for you.
Okay, and then secondary was, I do appreciate the work that staff has done. You know, and this is not the second time I've been ridiculed by city attorney's office, but I've been involved in this since a long time. I've been a commissioner for a long time. I've been reading this charter since I was in college. And at the end of the day, it's not that we don't appreciate the staff work, it's that a lot of these emerging details don't come out until they don't come out when we're making the decisions in the past. So when they come to us now, we have a lot of questions. So, and I know folks, certain staff members have tried to, they don't understand what it is to be an elected official. They've tried those ventures and failed. And for me as an elected official, successful elected official, you know, I'm looking at these and I'm listening to the community. So it's not that I don't appreciate it. It's that for me as an elected official, city attorney, is, you know, I'm looking at things from a unique perspective, but I appreciate it. I would definitely like to have that answer back, because I'm not voting on something, especially if there's no clause or any legal language in there that reassures the city could get out of an agreement in terms if we don't like it. Thank you very much.
Mayor, you're muted.
So this item is before us. One of the things that city council members can do is they could always call the staff member or the attorney to get these questions answered before the meeting. That is one of the options that we have. And then of course they can bring those questions to the meeting so that the public can be informed, and they can disagree, and that's their right. They absolutely have the right to disagree. But I just want the public to know that the staff is always available to ask questions before the meeting, for the purposes so that the staff at least is aware of the concerns, the issues, so that way we're as productive as we can be as a city council. So what my question might be, Chris or Sonia, is whether we can continue the item to the next meeting. Councilmember Torres has questions. Councilmember Ontiveros both has questions. They can certainly reach out to Chris. They can reach out to Sonia, and we can just bring it back to the next meeting for consideration. But I'd really like to encourage the council before the meetings is make the call, ask the questions, bring the questions forward. I think that's fair. I think that's what we should all try to do. I certainly understand questions come up before where you can't do that, but I think it's important that whether we always agree or disagree is that we give each other an opportunity to be able to answer the questions so that we can at least share with the public that we're doing our due diligence, whether we're for or against, and that's just a critical part of our role as elected council members. Okay, all right, Councilmember Valestro, you had a question, and then I'll go over to Councilmember Garcia, or Vice Mayor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And actually just a quick question for Chris. First, I want to thank the city attorney for clarifying that this particular agenda item is a kind of a follow-up and a supplement to the policy decision that the council made to establish Pomona Choice Energy. And if I understand it, and Chris, please correct me if I'm wrong, but this is probably one of many agreements that
that staff will be bringing forward to us for long-term renewable energy contracts, because it's a requirement of the PUC for us to have our CCA. Do I have that correct?
Yes, that's requirement. And this agreement will need to be executed by the end of the year, 12/31. Otherwise, the price is going to go up.
And just as a final comment, and I did read the staff report, and I believe that if I read it correctly, that the execution of this agreement would bring us to 20% of the required commitment for long-term renewable energy. And so by reading that, it says to me that we're going to be seeing a few more of these in the future.
That is correct. Brings us 20%, and yes, you will be seeing a lot of these. The mayor asked me once, are we going to be constantly getting these? And the answer was yes, and in perpetuity.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I just I don't have a problem with this. I have faith in staff that the necessary reviews are being done with this particular provider and any future providers that will be coming forward, that will have the ability to provide the renewable energy necessary to be able to make Pomona Choice Energy successful and be able to provide affordable energy to our residents. So I don't pretend to want to step on staff's toes and be able to understand what I would need to look for in a contract, because that's what y'all are hired for. So I thank you for that.
And Mayor, if I may, I do have an answer to the specific question, which is, it is a solid term agreement. There is a provision for what's called an early termination, but there is also a termination payment should the city exercise its early exit from the contract. It would be trued up in accordance with a formula that's set forth in section 11 of the agreement.
Okay, Vice Mayor Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate this opportunity to thank Chris Diggs and his staff for the job they've done with Pomona Choice Energy. Change is difficult, change is hard, but I emailed Chris this morning, Director Diggs this morning, and I let him know that I also had constituents who were concerned. And without hesitation, his first offer was, I will look over their bill and see what's happening. I will explain it to them, see what's going on. He offered that without hesitation, which I appreciated. But we did come up for this with a vote several times during the course of my 2 years in office. So it has been approved. Pomona Choice Energy is a choice. I believe it was the right choice for the city of Pomona, which is why I voted yes, which is why I opted in, or I should say I stayed opted in. And we have been very vocal with our constituents. On September 24th, there was an online Zoom meeting that had over 60 attendees and over 100 questions. I just got this postcard in the mail the other day, and I kept it because I wanted to make sure I had the information at hand when my constituents called me. Constituents can call 909-620-2079 if they need information in Spanish. Si alguien necesita información en español sobre el nuevo uso de la electricidad de la ciudad de Pomona, pueden llamar al número 909-620-2079. It's very important to me that the notice, it's 3 times on this notice where people can call in Spanish. So I appreciate that. I appreciate Director Diggs. This was definitely going to be a big undertaking, but I think it's the right undertaking for the city of Pomona. And I appreciate everyone who has communicated with us regarding this. And if anyone has any questions, I believe that the study session on Zoom, which was attended by myself, Councilmember Preciado, the Water Department, Director Diggs, Mayor Sandoval, and others, is still on YouTube, on the Pomona's YouTube page. So I encourage anyone to please take a look at that 54-minute meeting that answered over 100 questions. But thank you again, Director Diggs. And Mayor, with this, if there's no other questions, I move to table the item if that's.
Let's not table it. Let's continue the item.
Let's continue the item until in December, which would be the 21st.
Yeah, and just Chris, would that present any issues for you?
It's not an issue to go to the next meeting, but we will need to execute by then.
Absolutely, absolutely, and not to belabor the point, but I certainly want to encourage Councilmember Ontiveros Cole and Councilmember Torres to feel free to reach out to Chris and to Sonia with any additional questions. So we have a motion. I'd like to go ahead and move. We have a motion from Vice Mayor Garcia. Can I get a second for continuing the item?
We'll continue the item, Mayor.
Okay, can we go ahead and do a roll call?
Nolte,
Aye.
Preciado,
Yes.
Garcia,
Yes.
Ontiveros Cole,
Yes.
Castro,
Yes.
Torres,
Yes.
Sandoval.
Yes, and I ask that it be put on the next agenda.
Will do.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so we have continued item 5, and so we can go ahead and move past the rest of the consent calendar, which has been approved. And if we can move on to, it looks like item 13. Okay, Rosalie, I turn it over to you.
Discussion calendar item number 13 is a discussion regarding inclusionary housing policy recommendations, and we do have two emails that were, 2 email comments that were sent to the city clerk's office regarding this item.
Hey, all right, and I presume we have a staff presentation, so we'll do a staff presentation, and then we'll go ahead and ask the public to weigh in, and then we'll ask the council to weigh in. This is a discussion item, just for the record.
Yes.
Kurt? You're on mute. I can't hear you. You don't look to be on mute, but I don't hear you at all. Yeah. We see, can't hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, we can't hear you, Kirk. I'm not sure what's going on.
Does anyone else hear Morse code if Kirk is trying to speak?
No Morse code here. No.
I hear it.
So that's okay.
Do you want to call in, Kirk?
This is part of this is just part of some of the challenges sometimes with virtual technology. So Kathy, I know you're here, and I would imagine that Kirk was going to punt it to you.
I think that's
So-
likely now, isn't it?
And I can hear your voice.
Okay.
So let's punt it to you, and then Kirk, maybe you can just call in or, just log off and log back in, and hopefully we can hear you, but we cannot hear you right now. So Kathy, I'm going to turn it over to you, and then we'll go from there. Do you have a presentation that you want to share?
I do, and I'm going to try to do this. Let's see.
Okay.
This is not my area of expertise, so let me see. This is the one I want to show. Oh, I get it. Okay, hold on. No, that's not it. Hold on. Wait a minute.
You weren't way there.
I was kind of there, and then I lost myself. Hold on. Let's see. Shoot. Is Kirk still there? He has my presentation. He could share his screen.
I can see it, Kathy. Can you hear me?
Oh, wait, I can hear you now. Oh, you can see
Kirk,
it?
we can hear you now.
And we can hear you, Kirk. So this is all good news.
And I can see your screen, Kathy.
Okay, I'm seeing Zoom join a meeting. So you're seeing a screen that sounds foundational issues?
We do see that, Kathy.
Is that all you see?
No, we can see on the left all the
slide, but we see. I think you just need to start presentation on your end.
Okay, I can do
From the
that.
beginning.
Okay, do you have, oh, there it is. Outstanding. Okay. Okay, with that technological problem solved and Kirk being verbal again, Kirk, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, thank you, Kathy, and Mayor and Council, thank you. I want to thank you all for your patience in getting us to this point tonight. I know that it seems like it's been an extraordinarily long process, but really what we're embarking on, or you are about to embark on, is a major and significant policy piece of legislation. And so a lot of time and effort needed to go into firming that up. And obviously we brought it to the Planning Commission back in October as a way of increasing the transparency and review process. So what you have again tonight is the result of a lot of analysis and industry standard practices of how to craft an inclusionary housing program. There are a lot of options on how to achieve the production of affordable housing through inclusionary. And Kathy's going to go through literally all of those options tonight. At the end of her discussion, I'll be making some suggestions to you of perhaps some of the options that we may not want to avail ourselves of because you're not required to do that. So with that, I'll ask Kathy to go through her set of slides. And then we also have with us tonight Ethan Walsh from Best and Krieger, who's the attorney that will actually be drafting the ordinance and has been working closely with Kathy and me and staff as we go through this process. And he'll also be available to answer any legal questions that may come up. So with that, Kathy, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. So just as a preface to this, last summer, we, Kaiser Marston, prepared a financial feasibility analysis for a potential inclusionary program for the city of Pomona. And we presented that at a joint session and then at a planning commission session. And then after preparing that financial evaluation and taking into account comments that were made by city council members and planning commissioners, we came up with a policy recommendations memorandum that we wrote in October. And so the slides that I'm going to show you tonight combine together the results of the financial evaluation and the policy recommendations that we're making. And as Kirk said, I'm certainly here to answer any questions after the presentation. So I always like to start with this because I think it's really important for everyone to understand that inclusionary housing is an accepted policy in the state of California, and it's been through court challenges for both ownership and rental housing. And it has been deemed to be an allowable use of a city policy. But there are a couple foundational issues that are very, very important to stay within the confines of what has been approved for use. And those two things are, you cannot establish requirements that are deemed to be confiscatory, and you cannot establish requirements that deprive a property owner of a fair and reasonable return on their investment. When you read the feasibility report, you'll see that I repeated that about 4 times. These are really very important concepts, and they're also fairly nebulous concepts because the courts haven't given us the benefit of defining what that means. And so I've done 30 inclusionary housing ordinances, and over that time and looking at ordinances throughout the state, we've come up with thresholds and requirements that we believe are reasonable and that would stand up to scrutiny under that type of test. But it's a very important premise to keep in mind from the start. Okay. The other issue is that, so the options, as Kirk was mentioning, so the state legislature provided a list of options that cities and jurisdictions should consider when imposing inclusionary housing obligations. You're not required to use all of them, and you could come up with other ones. But these are the list that the state has provided for you. And those are the obvious, the on-site within a market rate project, providing the inclusionary units within that project. 2, providing the affordable units in an off-site location. 3 is the payment of a fee in lieu of producing the affordable housing, which is typically created at a level that would provide enough resources for you, the city, to then give to another developer who could then produce that requisite number of affordable units. And the last 2, which are less commonly used but were identified by the state, are a land dedication option where the developer of the market rate project would give you a piece of land in another location, and then you would in turn provide that to a developer, an experienced affordable housing developer. And the final one is the acquisition and rehabilitation of existing units. And we'll talk about each of these options. So when we talked to everybody and after we did the financial evaluation, we learned what the policy objectives the city council and the planning commission would like to see. And one thing that came up in the financial evaluation, Kaiser Marston, came to the conclusion that a low income requirement could not be supported economically without being confiscatory. However, one thing to keep in mind, and one thing we kept in mind in the policy recommendations, is there's a glitch in the LA County median income that varies from HUD to the state, that it creates a real issue, actually. And so what we looked at was the top of the low income in 2020, which is commonly defined as 80% of median. In LA County, it's actually 117% of the median.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but are we supposed to be having a presentation in front of us? Because for me, it's still stuck on foundational issues.
Oh, it's moving on mine. Kirk, is it not moving on yours?
It is not.
Okay, so let's see.
Ms. Peg, if you go to the top of your screen, there should be a bar and maybe you push the pause button. This happens to me as a teacher often.
Okay, so pause.
There should be like a little toolbar at the top or at the bottom of your screen that helps you navigate what you're doing. It should say something like resume, screen share, pause.
Oh, down there, okay. Okay, so wait, so let me, did that move when I did that?
Yes.
It did. So do you have income and affordability categories up now?
No, still not there. Maybe if you present slideshow or.
Yeah, see, okay, let me try. I have too many monitors too, so let me try something else. Let me try moving this guy. Did that move it? See, it's all moving on my screen. That's Kirk, do you want to run this?
I'm gonna have to, let's just give me a moment. I'll have to open it up.
Oh wait, Anita's trying to get my screen. That's fine. Anita's can do it.
Okay.
Thanks, Anita.
Hey, thank you, Councilor Brazil.
Okay.
Let's just hang tight. Let's make sure that we have it before the city council and the public. Let's let Anita do.
Which screen did you want, Kathy? Looks like I can have control. Which screen did you want? Which slide?
I would like you to be at slide 3.
Okay.
And then real quick before you continue, Kathy, Anita, is it possible to enlarge this where
yes.
the slideshow and you started from the beginning or from the current slide?
Oh, here, can I try that maybe? Oh, Anita's doing it. Never mind. You can have control.
Yeah, you should just go into the slideshow.
Yeah, it's not working.
It's getting bigger on my monitor, but it's not getting bigger on my computer screen.
Kathy, if you can hit that button right there, you see where my mouse is? Hit that button.
Yeah, sure. Hold on. Oops, I can't. I hit that. It did not hear. How about display settings? No.
Just curious, Kathy, if you just clicked on from current slide, does that work?
Let me see.
Yeah, there's something wrong, but that's fine. I mean, I can see.
Let me do this, you guys. Let me just get out of a bunch of screens here and try and get to.
We'll wait patiently.
I just want to get on one screen. I'm going to try and do this from my actual laptop. I think that's what's causing the problem.
Okay, take your time. We're not going anywhere.
Thank you. Okay, so.
And Kirk, if there's anything you want to share, I know that there was a question about just you all introducing yourselves and sharing who you are. So Kirk, maybe you could just introduce who you are, and then Kathy, maybe you can introduce yourself.
Sure, yeah, I'm sorry. When I got dialed out there, I overlooked that. So I'm a deputy city manager for Pomona, working primarily with economic development, real estate, and affordable housing issues. Kathy Head is the managing principal of Kaiser Marston Associates Los Angeles office. She has been a real estate consultant for public agencies for many years. And as she mentioned earlier, personally responsible for roughly 30 plus of these inclusionary programs throughout California. And then we also have with us Ethan Walsh, a partner with Best and Krieger, our legal firm, who has a practice that specializes, among other things, in affordable housing issues. And so that's the team that has been working on this program to date.
Thank you, Kirk.
Come on. Now it's not coming up at all. Oh, I know what I can do. Here, I'm gonna try one more thing. Okay, now am I still on, you guys?
We can hear you and see you.
Your video is on, Kathy, but I stopped your screen share so you can go ahead and start that again.
Okay, I'm trying to get back here now. Let me see. Sorry about this. I should never be allowed to do technology.
Hey, Kirk, is it possible that you have it and you can share it?
Maybe I'll share my screen right now. If you just bear with me, they just sent it to me, so let me just pull it up. Hold on.
Okay, so Kathy, you stop what you're doing and
okay, I'll be happy to do that.
And,
just one moment.
Put it together. Thank you, Nate. Take your time. We will not put the Jeopardy song on while you do this.
All right, got it open. Then I'll share my screen. Okay, and
There you go.
Okay, I see something happening here.
Okay.
And
Go in the slideshow. It should work.
so you're on slide 3, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So now I need to block everybody else so I can't see any of you. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Well, I'm showing slide 1 on mine.
So Anita, can you get it to slide 3?
I'm on slide 4, recommended inclusionary housing options. You want me to go back one slide?
On our screen, it says foundational issues.
Yeah, mine too.
Oh, I know why.
Okay, good. I see. She knows why. That's a good sign.
Let me just save it as a PDF. That's why. Hold on.
I'm just gonna have a cup of tea here.
You want 1 second? I'll save it as a PDF.
Believe it or not, this is nothing compared to the Zoom classroom. There's been worse. There's definitely try 35 teenagers waiting for the teacher to figure out what's going on. That's pressure, right, Kathy?
Right, thank you.
Okay, and I just gotta find it again. There it is. All right, let's try this again. And share screen.
Yay, it's foundational issues again. See, I wanted you all to remember the foundational issues.
So now we're on, can you see what screen 2, inclusionary housing options?
I can.
Okay.
So now we'll go, okay, so now we're on 3.
Okay.
Thanks, Anita.
Yes.
Okay, so as I started to say, through a glitch in LA County incomes, the low income actually tops out at 117% of the median, which creates a lot of different problems, but it may actually be an opportunity for the city, given your objective to have low income ownership units as part of your inclusionary. And what I'm recommending that you do is I'm recommending that you set the requirement at moderate income, but that you allow any household that can get underwritten under traditional underwriting standards by lenders to purchase the unit. So a low income household would be allowed to purchase the unit if they could obtain a loan. under reasonable underwriting terms. And given that moderate income tops out at 120%, such a large percentage of the households end up being, 80 to 117% is the vast majority of the income category. So to me, I think you call it moderate, but you allow low income folks to purchase, and you can market to low income people, you can focus on it, et cetera. But if the difference is, if you try to set the income at low income, then you have to use 70% of them, then it gets very complicated. I'm happy to talk about it more if people have questions as we go on. So
Good.
then on terms of rental.
Before we go on though, can I ask a question really quick about that? This is
Sure.
Councilmember Nolte. If I'm understanding right, typically it's 80% is the low income threshold, is that right?
Correct.
So it's almost like LA County is, and is that a HUD thing, or where is the 80%? When you say typical, where does that come from?
Okay, the situation is the statutes, if you look at any of the statutes, both federal and state statutes define low income as 50 to 80% of the median. But then what's happened starting in 2002 and getting progressively more and more difficult since 2002 in LA County is HUD establishes a median for price setting and for affordability that's based on very low income times 2, which makes sense because very low income is typically defined as 50%. So 50% by 2 times 2 would be 100%. The situation is HUD also varies the very low income over time to reflect their Section 8 program and changes in the income that they need to keep that in balance. And so over time in LA County, it's gone from being 50% to being closer to what it's 63%, 64%. And then when you translate, and then they use that and they take that as the median and they take 80% of that rather than 80% of what the true median is. The difference is then the state of California for their programs, for their statutes for section 50053 and 50052.5, which are the 2 statutes that define affordable housing costs for the state, they didn't do that. And so now what you have is you have this disconnect where if you look at the chart, HCD published, that's the Housing and Community Development Department of the state of California. They publish an income chart every year for every county. And so by statute and by rule, the very low and low income are published based on the numbers presented by HUD. But then the moderate income and the median income are published and set by the Housing and Community Development Department of the state of California. They did not adjust their median as HUD has. And so over time, this has created, LA County is actually the biggest of all the counties in the state, but each year more and more counties get added to this issue because HUD's left hand isn't doing what HCD's right hand is doing and vice versa.
Yeah,
Councilor Nolte?
Yeah.
I would like to take the questions after we hear from public comments, so we can certainly go back to this issue on this slide. If you'll just allow us to have Kathy finish her presentation, just take note of the questions you have, but we can certainly come back to it, okay?
Okay, that's fine. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman Lewis. All right, Kathy, if you want to go ahead and continue and finish your presentation.
Yeah. So anyway, so then the state established, there had been in 2009 a court decision that stopped cities and counties from adopting inclusionary housing elements for rental housing. AB 1505 in 2017, the legislature passed the statute to allow rental inclusionary. So between 2009 and 2017, you couldn't do rental inclusionary, right? But now you can again. AB 1505 established some parameters within the statute where they recommended these possible standards. And then HCD, who I just referred to a minute ago, wrote a memo saying, we weren't kidding, that's what we meant. They're not just recommendations. So the key to that guidance is they really don't want you setting inclusionary standards as the primary standard at a more stringent standard than 80% of the area median income. And so we try to stay within that when we're doing inclusionary programs. With some of the options and alternatives, we establish a higher percentage, but we stay within that premise. And we also try to stay within the premise that they don't want you to go over 15% as your requirement. Given those factors, when we wrote our financial analysis and when we wrote our policy objectives, we wanted to make sure that those standards were applied to the base on-site production requirement, recognizing that then in off-site production options, we can apply a stricter standard. And also, and this is very important, and I'll talk about this more as we go along, rental developers are very likely to invoke the state density bonus, which is government codes 65915 to 65918, in cities that have inclusionary housing requirements. And those density bonuses then provide them with benefits that offset some of the costs of providing the affordable units required by an inclusionary program. And there's a case on this as well, is that if you have an inclusionary requirement and a developer comes to you with a density bonus proposal, as long as the developer uses the stricter of the rent standards applied by either your inclusionary ordinance or the state density bonus, you have to allow the units to be double counted. And so that in other words, one affordable unit counts towards both the density bonus and it counts towards the inclusionary requirement. This is why a lot of developers in cities that have inclusionary housing ordinances will then very commonly invoke the state density bonus. The other issue with state density bonus is the way the math works with state density bonus. It makes the most sense for developers to fulfill the very low income requirement. For rental and the state density bonus, there's a very low income requirement and a low income. Mathematically, the very low income requirement just makes more sense. So the reason I'm going to be belaboring this point is I think that even though I'm recommending that you establish a less stringent requirement, I think it can reasonably be anticipated that you'll see very low income units developed as a result of developers wanting to use the density bonus. Anita, can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so here are the recommendations that came out of the financial report and then the policy memorandum. So our financial analysis indicated that you could support a moderate income requirement, as I discussed previously. So single family homes, it was 7%, and townhomes and condominiums, it was 10%. After we produced our financial report, we got feedback from the City Council and the Planning Commission that there was a goal of increasing that requirement for the attached products, for the townhomes and the condominiums, above the 10%. So we looked back at it, and none of these numbers are so precise that there's not movement in them, because as you know, if you've read the report, they're all based on pro forma analyses that have been done with our best analytical, technical guesses, but there's still, reasonable variations could occur in these numbers. So they're within a range of the right answer. And so in our opinion, a plus or minus 10% buffer could be applied without compromising the legitimacy of our analysis. And so if that was done, the townhome and condominium obligation would be increased to 11%. And then the next slide, Anita. Okay. When we looked at apartment development, the percentage that came out of that was 8.2%. But as I discussed a minute ago, often developers will use the state density bonus to mitigate the impacts. So we ran another analysis of the projects, of the prototype apartment projects that we'd been running for the financial analysis. And we said, well, what if developers use the density bonus? How much will that supportable requirement go up? And we came up with an 11% requirement that we're comfortable with. And then the next slide. So in terms of the options that we're recommending in our policy recommendations memo, we have 4 options for ownership housing projects. And that's what Kirk was discussing previously. We have a couple then that'll come up later that we're not recommending, but that we're going to discuss anyway. So on ownership projects, so obviously you'd have an on-site production option where developers could fulfill their obligation on site within their market rate project. And so that goes back 7% for single family homes and 11% for townhomes and condominiums. Another option that came up, and this has been brought up by the development community in a number of places where I've worked, is to create a separate parcel within the market rate ownership housing project and to then allow apartments to be developed on that separate parcel to fulfill the inclusionary requirement. And so the percentage that we came up with for that was to set it at a low income requirement with a 15%. So if the entire project had 85 ownership units and 15 low income units, you would have fulfilled the requirement. So you would aggregate the number of units. The other option is the development of affordable units in an offsite location within 1 mile of the market rate project. And again, that was a recommendation of our policy memo. The 1 mile is something that you may want to discuss to determine whether you want it to be a smaller radius or a larger radius. So that one is definitely another consideration for policy. And that we also set at a recommended low income of 15%. The final option is an in lieu fee payment. And as I discussed earlier, the in lieu payment is set at the amount that we estimate it would cost to produce that inclusionary housing unit that was required by the program. And so for single family homes, that came out to $320,000 per inclusionary unit, which then, because the units aren't being built in the market rate project, all the units in the project are market rate. And if you apply that per square foot, which is the very common measure of how you set an in lieu fee, you would charge $11.40 per square foot of all the saleable area in the project. So all the units are market rate. You just take the sum of the square footage and you charge $11.40 per square foot. The townhouse and condominium analysis, the affordability gap was $132,000 per inclusionary unit, which translates to $9.30 per square foot of saleable area. And then the next slide. Okay, so for apartments, we're strongly recommending that the apartment units the inclusionary be produced as opposed to an in lieu fee. As I mentioned earlier, we have an 11% requirement on-site production. Then if a developer chose to do the requirement in an off-site location, we set the recommended percentage at a 15% low income requirement. In both cases, I really believe that a large number of developers would exercise the state density bonus, and rather than provide either moderate or low income units to fulfill both obligations, they would use very low income units. And the Napa case that I mentioned would require you to, if you imposed a if you imposed a moderate income requirement and a developer wanted to produce very low income units, you'd have to count those very low income units towards your moderate income requirement. The final option is the in lieu fee payment. We discussed this at the public meetings, and the recommendation that we derived, but again, this is at council's discretion, is that projects with more than 30 units would not be allowed to pay the in lieu fee. And projects with fewer than 30 units would be allowed to pay the in lieu fee at the city council's discretion. And that the affordability gap for those units ended up being $99,000 per inclusionary unit – and $9.20 per square foot of leasable area. Then the next slide. So the two options that we discussed previously that we mentioned and that the state has identified as options, but you're not required to do. The first one is land dedication. What we're saying, or what I'm saying, is it's my recommendation if you want to do the land dedication option, it's solely at your discretion on a project by project basis. And in other words, it would need to be a very compelling reason to do it. And in return for it being something that's less desirable from a city's perspective generally, is we're suggesting that you make the requirements very stringent. And even then, only if you choose that this is a project where you want to accept this option. I will tell you, it's not very commonly used in the inclusionary programs I work on. It's always offered and it's almost never used. But what we're recommending is then you'd set the requirement at a 15% standard at very low income. The project would have to be within 1 mile of the market rate project. The property would have to be conveyed to you at no cost, and it would have to be set up so that no city assistance could be required to produce the requisite number of units, which means that the developer would have to kick in money if they can't prove how it can be done without assistance. The site has to be ready for the development of the required units. It can't have any hazardous materials. It can't create an overconcentration of very low income units in the neighborhood. And it can't have been developed with residential uses within the past 5 years because you don't want to start triggering relocation. And then next slide, please. Final option is acquisition and relocation. This is sometimes a popular option in cities that have inclusionary because it serves a revitalization function and it helps in neighborhoods. The one thing you want to think about when considering whether you want to do acquisition and rehabilitation is typically an inclusionary housing program is done to help a city meet their regional housing needs assessment requirements. And you're about to go into the 6th cycle of the RHNA, and you have a significant number of units to produce in the 8-year period. RHNA allows a city to produce or to use, fulfill their RHNA obligation about 20, not exactly, up to 25% of the obligation can be fulfilled with acquisition and rehabilitation projects, but they have to meet very strict criteria, and I've only named a few of them here. But these are key, and it has to be identified in your housing element. You have to provide it financial assistance. You have to fulfill statutory relocation requirements. The units have to be rented to very low income households. And either the project has to be at risk of losing existing covenants, which is the easiest standard to meet, or it has to basically be uninhabitable. So it's very difficult to get RHNA credit for acquisition and rehab. So if you allow acquisition and rehab as part of your inclusionary program, it's fine, but it won't help you meet but if you choose to, and again, it can be project by project at your sole discretion, we're recommending that you set the inclusionary requirement at 20% of the market rate project units and at the very low income standard. And then as the final thing, it either needs to be the lower of the defined rent or a 10% discount from the market rent. And then one more slide, I think, yes. So we discussed this at the couple of public meetings that we've had, and this was the result of feedback we got. So we're recommending that the inclusionary be phased in over a period of time to mitigate the impacts for developers who've already purchased land. We believe a clear administrative procedure should be established. So should have an administrative procedures manual that provides all the guidelines. Our recommendation was the program should be updated at least every 5 years. After the public meetings, there was a decision made or a policy offered that the first reevaluation should take place within 3 years following the adoption of the ordinance, just to see how everything working out. And then finally, if you do allow an in lieu fee payment, it should be adjusted every year. And there's an easy way to do it. And then what we would recommend is you do the easy way every year. So you make sure that it happens. And then every 5 years, you should do a market study and adjust it analytically. And so that's my presentation.
Kathy, thank you so much. I'm sure the council will have either comments or questions.
Sure.
But I want to turn it over to the city clerk to see if we have any speakers. I know at least but do we have more than one speaker, Rosalia?
We have 2 emailed comments, and as far as speakers are concerned, there are 2 participants with their hands raised.
Yeah, okay, good. All right, so let's go ahead and take the first 2 comments, and then we'll go ahead and take the 2 speakers.
Okay.
And then we'll have the council weigh in.
Okay. First emailed comment comes from Adam Donner. My name is Adam Donner, leader in Icon, pastor of First Presbyterian Church, resident of Pomona. I am in support of the inclusionary zoning for our city. It is long overdue. We need more affordable housing. This is one of the tools the city can use to provide more affordable housing. While inclusionary zoning won't provide all the needed affordable housing, we in Icon want to see that the best inclusionary zoning policy created. Thank you. And then the next comment comes from Chad Brown. Mr. Brown's letter indicates, we are aware that your council is in the midst of considering inclusionary housing implementation for your city. This will cause a complete reset on any investments into the city considering new residential development. Because those subsidy costs have to be written into and negotiated between the private landowners and any home builder purchasing that land. The take is too large, it cannot be absorbed, and will cause many builders to look elsewhere in the marketplace to provide housing without the added cost on the units of a subsidy that helps so few in the for sale housing market. Even the consideration of an in lieu fee at the levels considered will freeze for some time consummation of land deals for new housing, thus further exacerbating the housing shortage and further driving up home prices. It is imperative to also to document and to grandfather any projects that are deemed complete by your planning department and waiting for public hearing or determination, and to consider whose projects are already in the entitlement pipeline that have been submitted. It would be drastically unfair to change the rules in the middle of an acquisition and financial evaluation of these private deals. Real world results of inclusionary zoning have been at best paltry and run the risk that inclusionary requirements will depress housing supply and thereby drive up rents and home prices for all. And that was the final comment or email comment for this evening. As far as online participants are concerned, we have Mr. Carlos Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you. Congratulations to Mayor Sandoval and council members Nolte, Ontiveros, Cole, and Torres on your reelection. And my name is Carlos Rodriguez. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for the Building Industry Association, Southern California's Baldwin chapter. Wanted to just follow up on our previous correspondence to the council and express on behalf of our 1,100 members, many of which are interested in partnering with the city of Pomona to meet the tremendous housing needs of all income levels and all types as outlined in the RENA allocations that are coming forth. We just wanted to express our concerns as expressed in the last correspondence by Mr. Brown. We understand that the city of Pomona is about to embark on a RENA obligation that goes from roughly 3,600 units to 10,500 units. That tremendous responsibility from the state, almost 65% of which will be market rate, moderate and above moderate income levels. This proposal will have the unintentional consequence of shifting upwards to $20,000 or more, depending on the in lieu fee that is considered, to that 65%. So essentially the 35% that this is aiming to solve, and we share the passion and view it as a moral obligation, to build that low-income housing stock, to build that 35% RENA obligation. But while it could be legal and allowable, is this policy effective? And I think that's where the concern is, and the unintentional chilling effect that it would have in housing construction to the 65% of RENA obligation. Whereas we believe, based on the data that we had submitted to you for your consideration, there's a study that indicates over 45 cities where this has been adopted, housing production drastically decreased and housing costs increased by between $22,000 and $44,000. So essentially, take a cautionary tale from city of Santa Ana that implemented an inclusionary housing from 2016 to 2019. They had 2,900 units that were approved and not one permit pulled. We don't want to see that type of outcome in Pomona. We would like to see housing production at the highest level possible at all income levels. So just moving forward, we would ask respectfully that any in lieu fee that would be considered, that there would be consideration of a phase-in approach, that there would not be a 30 unit or more limit to the in lieu fee exercising that, and that again, that there would be a clarity on the grandfathering option or exemption for newly proposed projects that are currently under review. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, next comment is from Susan Lindquist. Go ahead, Ms. Lindquist, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Sandoval and members of the council. My name is Susan Lindquist. I'm Vice President of Community Development for Trumark Homes. By the way, congrats.
I believe we lost her.
Yes, we did.
She was about to say something nice. Well,
I think, is that better?
oh, we can hear you now. Let's just start your 3 minutes over, okay?
Okay, well, I'll just continue where I left off. And I was just offering my congratulations to the newly elected and the re-elected. We at Trumark Homes recognize the shortage of housing across the region has Now you can't hear me again.
We lost you again.
I don't know why. Let's see.
We can hear you now. Just keep talking like that.
Okay. As an experienced home builder and member of the BIA, we look forward to working with the city leadership and staff to consider the social and economic costs and benefits to the city of adopting such an inclusionary housing policy. Thank you.
All right, looks like that concludes public comment on this item.
Yes, it does.
Okay, all righty, Councilmember Nolte. We're gonna start with you and then we'll work our way down, okay? And if you don't have any questions or comments, feel free to pass. We'll go to the next council member, okay?
Yeah, I do have some questions. So I feel like I'm late to the party a little bit on this. It's when I looked at the agenda, I was like, oh man, I wish I'd have looked at it earlier, because I'm definitely very interested in this policy, but just haven't been able to follow it closely through the planning commission and things. So I've done my best over the last couple days to take a look at it, but I still feel like I have a lot to learn. My questions, unfortunately, are kind of in random order at this point. Let me just go back to Ms. Head, that idea about allowing people, the low income, people qualify as low income to purchase the moderate income affordable housing. And my question about that is, if you are at 117% of median income, I mean, is that comparable, like in terms of the ability to afford necessities and things to a person at 80%, or is it really just another name for a moderate income person that just technically is called a low income person?
It's the latter. It's absolutely the latter. I just pulled up the HCD chart. So the top, say for a family of 4, the top of low income is $90,100, and moderate is $92,750.
Okay, so from a practical standpoint, it might like maybe help us with the RENA or something like that, achieving some of the low income stuff. But for the actual families moving in, these aren't units that are like available to people who we would consider low income. Then it's more people we would consider moderate income.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. But the thing is, you could within this parameter, anybody who could afford the unit with a reasonable underwriting standard, they wouldn't have to be at the top of this low income, because again, moderate in its old definition is 80 to 120%. So you wouldn't have to be at the 117% to be able to afford the unit under many circumstances. You probably wouldn't be at 80,
Right.
real 80.
Right. Okay. I mean, I think I understand at least to a degree. Let's see here. Let's see. My question is on these, the ones that are built off-site and where the percentage goes up to 15%. Is it 15% like because of the analysis, or is there also something there about that's the level that avoids the state oversight?
It's a couple things. It's more than the requirement site, and it becomes a policy decision of the city council where you want to set that, because you're no longer bound by making it not confiscatory or taking the value away from a property owner, because they always have the option to provide on site. So you're giving them the benefit of going off site, and so in return for that, you're asking them for more.
And I guess that more that you choosing 15%, how did that come about? I guess that's my question. Why?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was just more a matter of discussion and policy objectives, and then just make it a usable option. So it's if you're gonna make an option, you want it to be viable. Okay. You don't want to have an option that's just, well, if you had a 30% requirement, then you could guarantee no one was ever going to use it.
Okay.
And then don't offer it in that case. You're perfectly within your rights not to offer the option.
Okay. So that brings me to, can you explain when you're deciding on the in lieu fees, it's connected to the affordability gap. Am I right about that?
That is correct.
Is there a way with like in less than a minute you can explain to me like what the affordability gap is and how you use it to get the in lieu fees?
Sure. So for example, I could pull up my analysis, but the easy example is, say a house sells for $700,000 and say the affordable price is $400,000. Then the in lieu fee for each affordable unit would be $300,000. So if you had a requirement, so then it would say you had a requirement for 2 units, your in lieu fee would be $600,000 for your, I guess in that case, a 30-unit project.
Okay.
Then you divide that among this, then you divide, it's the same number, then you just divide it by the square feet.
Oh, and that's the additional cost of producing affordable housing, is that right?
That's right. So if you assume the affordability gap is $300,000 in my example, you'd need $300,000 to give to another developer to produce the unit.
Okay, I understand that now. Thanks. Okay, I understood that part. Just a question about when acquisition and rehab projects, when they are done, what typically happens to the people who live in the rehabilitated units?
Well, that's exactly the issue here in terms of an affordable housing premise, is you wouldn't kick anybody out who was a lower moderate income household. And so they would possibly get the benefit of a lower rent than they were paying before, but you wouldn't have created any new opportunity for affordable housing. And then somebody who was moderate income or above, you would have to relocate.
Okay.
And let me just chime in on that, Councilman. And I think it's, as we go on tonight, you're going to see that I'm recommending that we probably not use that option. The relocation costs in and of themselves will often just break the back of the ability to make a project work. And so, and there's always a desire to set up a system where those that are being displaced will be able to come back at the end and be occupants of the new project. But it takes time to build these things, and it doesn't work very well. I mean, it happens occasionally, but that's a messy process to try and manage, and the relocation costs often just prevent it from being feasible.
Okay. The comments by the people from the BIA about we're coming up on the new RENA figures and raising from 3,600 to 10,000. I just want to ask Kirk and Kathy, I mean, is that accurate, and is that what's going to happen?
Kirk, do you have the number?
So I don't, but it is a substantial difference. Anita can speak to the actual.
That was accurate. It's 10,532. So.
Kurt, I just can confirm that, John, or Councilmember Nolte. I sit on SCAG and on the regional council, and that number, it's like 10,300 and some odd number, but that's about right.
Okay. And then so another question, the interest rate, the benchmark interest rate, the bank rate, 30-year, and I think, like, what I understood in reading it was that affects the affordable, I can't remember what it's called. Oh, the affordable sales price. And when I looked it up on the internet today, and it was like significantly lower, like by 3% almost or something, than what it was in your financial report. Am I looking at the right thing? It was like 2.9% or something like that today.
Well, I use the bank rate average. That's an actual site. The bank rate average for 30-year fixed mortgage with no points and no fees. And I use the effective interest rate as opposed to the stated interest rate.
Okay.
And so if you look at the Freddie Mac site, or if you look, which basically a lot of cities use that, it's always significantly lower than the bank rate site. My concern with using a lower interest rate and establishing affordable sales price is that your typical buyer of an inclusionary unit is already going to be constrained by front end and back end ratio issues generally. And they're also going to be constrained sometimes by credit scores. And so to use a real aggressive interest rate, it's not going to be the type of interest rate that your buyers are actually going to be able to get in the marketplace. So I don't like to use the bottom.
Has from the time that you did the fiscal analysis to now, has that changed? I mean, is it the same as it was, and would that change anything if we looked at it today? I mean, I guess what I'm asking is, has it stayed the same since September?
No, it changes. It changes. And so in the programs that I work on, when we're doing affordable sales price in actuality, when the program's up and running, is we look at the interest rate. What I always recommend is to change the interest rate quarterly.
I guess how does the affordable sales price affect, like, the recommendation for the set asides or the percentages? Like, is that
it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough of a difference to change that result.
Okay.
And the other thing I do, just so you know, is because we're doing something prospectively, I always add a buffer to the interest rate.
Okay.
I mean, you do have to keep in mind that we've been at generationally low interest rates for about the last 10 years. So I keep saying we're at generationally low interest rates, but we continue to be. What happens if you set these interest rates too low in a program? Buyer one buys the house at a very low interest rate. When they go to resell to buyer two, who is subject to the resale control and an affordable sales price, if interest rates have gone up, that actual achievable sales price, the affordable sales price, is reduced. And so there's a real chance that buyer number one has to lose money when they sell their house. And I try to avoid that.
Okay. I think this is my last question is, when you talk about, so like well, actually two more questions. One is when I look at just the appendix, and it was kind of a survey of cities. I mean, I didn't have time to like look at it in a lot of depth, but when looking through it, it seemed like the percentages that you're recommending for Pomona are on the low end over, like, as I look through that. And I'm wondering if you can tell me if I'm right on kind of my gestalt impression about that and why that would be here.
You are correct. It's at the lower end of the range. As I said, I've worked on 30 of these, for them to every community I work in separately. So they're always based on the economics within that particular community. And so it's a matter of, so I survey the market rate sales prices, I survey the apartment rents, and I look at the product types that are being developed in the jurisdiction I'm working on. And then from that, the answer really does fall out of the math, honestly. I had a very similar issue between Burbank and Glendale, which are two communities that are right next to each other, that had incredibly different results, because in Burbank, they can develop at a lower density than they can develop in Glendale. So you have to take into account the development characteristics in a community when figuring this out. And so you will end up with different results. The other issue is, you don't have to use the income and affordability standards that I used. I use statutory income. Some communities just make up their own. And so, for example, I just worked on Alhambra, and Alhambra used all HUD numbers. So remember how I said that HUD takes the very low income and doubles it? That's how they did their math. And so their requirement can be significantly higher, because the incomes that they're assuming their buyers and renters will have are significantly higher. I mean, I think one thing to keep in mind in all of these programs and projects is who your buyers and renters are going to be, as opposed to just trying to get the highest price and trying to create the biggest requirement. Because if your buyers can't afford it or your renters can't afford it, then you haven't created affordable housing.
Okay. I'll let other council members ask questions now. I may have some later, but thank you.
If I could, and I'll just say one more sentence before I stop on this. Like, for example, I did Ontario. In Ontario, the way they set up their standards in both the ownership program and some of the rental units, the affordable price was actually more than the market rate price. And so then I had to discount it, because no one's going to take a requirement. They're not going to pay a premium to take an income restriction. So that really does hone in on the fact that you really want to be creating affordable units when you're doing inclusionary, or it kind of defeated the purpose.
And the recommendation is to like basically do this whole process again every 5 years. Am I understanding that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
And that lets you keep in touch with demographics and development patterns and interest rates and changes in median income.
And the first time would be in 3 years, is that right?
That was a recommendation that came out of the public process.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember Nolte. Councilmember Preciado.
First, Kathy and Kirk, thank you very much. From the last time we've had this presentation, I can see that a lot of the comments from mayor, council, and public have been taken into account. That being said, Kirk, could you, especially for could you, those that are new to seeing this, could you talk about how this process would and what your recommended timeline for this is, if it all moves forward?
Sure. So assuming that tonight's discussion provided the final direction that you would like to give staff, we would work with Ethan at BBK over the next several weeks and finalize the actual ordinance. And the way our council schedule lays out, that would likely result in a first reading, a public hearing and first reading of an ordinance on January 4th. And then because we don't have a second meeting in January, we would come back on February 1st, most likely with a second reading and adoption of the ordinance. One of the things that I have been talking about with you all over the last year is that when we do get to that point where an ordinance would be adopted, we would strongly recommend that there be a grace period before it became in effect. And the number that we have typically talked about is 90 days, perhaps 120 days, so that entities that have already made a land deal or are about to make a land deal and are trying to get an application for development package into the planning division have an opportunity to do that. It's fairly customary in these types of programs to set that up where there's a phase-in period, and that developers be allowed to take advantage of that grace period once they have a deemed complete application. Now, there's some nuances to that for certain projects that are allowed by right that we'll have to sort out. But generally, if we look at it that way, that would put us in a range of somewhere in early May where the ordinance would become into full effect, and anybody that has a deemed complete application by that date or before would be immune from complying with the requirements. But anybody that came in the process starting after that would have to comply.
And I've got two questions coming off of that. If you said a 90-day grace period, but the day could be set at the council's discretion. And if there is no grace period, does it fall into the normal 30-day ordinance?
Sonia or Ethan, I think that would be correct, a 30-day implementation.
Yes, that's correct. It would be effective 30 days after adoption. So first reading, adoption, to one meeting later, and then 30 days after that.
And then when you speak about deemed complete, those are the ones that are in the pipeline. Those are the ones that we get grandfathered in. And are they in this presentation about what is considered deemed complete, or is there like a grace if somebody is like at 90% of the deemed complete?
I'll ask Anita to reply to that, how she would define deemed complete.
Hello, Mayor, council members, good evening. So deemed complete, we would generally consider a complete application, and enough application materials have been submitted for the planning division to complete an analysis of the proposed project. So that would be what we would consider deemed complete. Currently, there's about 2,000 units currently in the pipeline to be reviewed within planning division. That includes discretionary projects as well as ministerial projects.
So then is that at staff discretion, or is there like standards set in place?
Well, I would imagine, and Ethan can probably elaborate, is that we would put in specifics to what would be, if there's any ambiguity, we could put in specifics into the ordinance, specifically what outlines deemed complete. And some jurisdictions have used, I think, pull a complete building permit application, a complete planning division application, and we could specify that in the ordinances. Is that correct, Ethan?
Yeah, we would make that as clear as we could in the ordinance.
Thank you. And actually, it's about these standards. So like the offsite, and this is now I'm going over to another. While your presentation was going, I'm going to go off to another question. The offsite units that would get built, like I saw that it said a 1 mile radius. Is there any discretion on the 1 mile radius? I personally do want it as close as possible, but if it's like at 1.1 mile radius, like I would hate to eliminate an entire project.
Those are the kinds of things that staff could make a reasonable determination on. If you think about the site, if it was a whole block, some piece of it might be more than 1 mile, but some of it might be less. So we would make reasonable determinations on that. We wouldn't make crazy or unreasonable, risky ones, but there's usually a way to make a fair and reasonable decision on something like that.
Thanks. On the acquisition and rehab projects, I know that currently you mentioned that you don't recommend that, but I was just curious on the items listed, does it have to meet each of those items that was listed in order for it to be an acquisition and rehab project?
To count towards RENA.
Oh, in order,
Towards
yes,
RENA, yeah.
yes, in order for it to count towards RENA, does it need to meet all of those?
Yes.
Or just one or two?
No, needs to meet all of them plus one more. It has to meet another standard, which the easy way to say it is it either has to be an affordable unit currently at risk losing its covenant, or it has to be essentially uninhabitable.
And just as a reminder, even if we do go down allowing for that process, we can still only take a 25% RENA credit.
Well, you can only take, not only 25% of your units that you use for RENA can be at rehab.
If we were to add, for example, we acquire and rehab a 50 unit location, but we would then add another 50 units. Would those extra 50 then go to all of them count for RENA and only the first?
No, they would, if you fulfilled all the requirements on the rehab units and then constructed 50 new units, not only would you get credit for the 50 new units, but that wouldn't fall within your 25% cap.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure.
I'm not sure about completely removing it, Kirk. I know that it might be extremely rare, but if it's an extremely rare instance that one day it does happen, I mean, it seems like it'll still help and it will rehab a location. Do we, for acquisition and rehab, does it, like the money can go into a fund, right? And then it can be accumulated until we feel there's been enough accumulated money to do an acquisition and rehab?
So just want to clarify, when the acquisition and rehab option that we're talking about here, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kathy, is what we would give to the developer as a means of meeting the requirement.
Correct.
So that's fundamental question one. I think, Victor, what you're referring to is as we generate revenue stream from an in lieu fee collection process, could we use that to acquire property, infuse into other projects? And the answer is yes. The money that's collected on an in lieu fee basis can be used in a variety of ways to achieve production, rehab, first-time home buyer options, what have you. There's a lot of different possibilities of how that money can be deployed, as long as it's in advancing an affordable housing goal.
That helps with my clarification. Yeah, it's the in lieu that we grow okay. Those are all the questions I have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let's go to Vice Mayor Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe the staff and Kathy know that I am not completely satisfied with this inclusionary housing ordinance. My concern there was this one chart I saw as a resident once that council did where all the council just kind of went down the line and publicly said what they thought they needed to do. That would be helpful right now, just because I feel there's so many parts to this. So I'm gonna try to be as organized as possible. First of all, for the numbers, I believe a statement was made earlier, and may have been Councilmember Nolte, that the percentages were too low, and I agree with that. I agree that the percentages are too low. 7% for family, 11% for condos or townhomes or condos, 12% for rental properties. I would like to see all those increased, at least for single family homes. The city of Pomona no longer has as many tract land, as large pieces of tract land as we used to have. And while I understand that the current trend is to build up rather than out, I say that we take full advantage of everything we can get. I think it's very financially feasible for us to go to at least 10 for single families and keep it for 11 and 12 and just have double digit across the board. My next concern is the land dedication. I do not want land dedication in here at all. It just seems sticky and unsure, because as city council knows, once you have land, that's great, but then you have to partner with an affordable housing developer like Jamboree or another entity, and then the possibility of getting those tax credits, it could take years, it could not happen. So I would rather not have the land dedication feature in this. I'm also very concerned about staffing. This is going to take staff time. And I believe, and Deputy Manager Pelzer tried to answer this, and I was still a little confused. I asked if the in lieu fees that that the study came up with were included in that fee. Is there an administrative fee embedded? And I got a response of yes, but I also had some other questions in there. So is it, yes, the idea is that a portion of the in lieu fee revenue stream would be used to pay for the staffing needs. So in that in lieu fee that's being suggested, is it already cushioned with a little bit of an administrative fee? Or are we just going to take away from that in lieu fee to create a staff position to handle this, thereby reducing the amount of money that's actually going towards affordable housing?
So the in lieu fee proposal is only related to the cost of producing the affordable housing. So in other words, there is not embedded into it a portion to cover administrative costs. It is fairly typical for this type of program that when it's up and running and there is an inclusionary fee or in lieu fee revenue stream that's being kicked off, to use a portion of that to help pay for the administrative costs of, in this case, likely a staff person to manage the program. The only other option would be to absorb it through the general fund or some other low and moderate income fund. So the in lieu fee proposal before you tonight does not include a separate component to pay for staffing costs.
Okay, that I'm not, when it comes to money, especially when it's not my money and it's public money, I think it's very important that if we say this is going towards affordable housing, 100% of that go towards affordable housing. And if there's going to be a recommendation for staffing, and there is a need for staffing, then I think it's fair that the in lieu fee be padded so that that administrative cost is absorbed. I mean, it doesn't have to be something astronomical, because we're only talking, I hope, less than $100,000 for a staff member to handle this full time or even part time. So that's my concern, that we would be taking money away from affordable housing to pay for a staff member to handle affordable housing. That doesn't sit well with me. My other concern is this whole, like, you can build the affordable housing somewhere else. I mean, one of the best historic neighborhoods in Pomona is Lincoln Park. And less than a half a mile from there, you have Holt Avenue. Less than a mile from there, you have Holt Avenue. And there is no clear definition about where, how are we going to avoid over concentration of these affordable housing projects? Therefore creating like little, project scenarios from New York and Chicago from the early 60s and 70s, where you just have all this area. There's no clear definition. We apparently have to come up with that definition. Kathy, Ms. Head, do you have that definition from another city?
Actually, it was included in my policy memo. It's a footnote though, so it's easily missed. Overconcentration in my policy recommendations was defined as more than 50 covenanted very low or low income units within a quarter mile, or more than 200 such units within a half mile of a proposed affordable housing site.
Beautiful, thank you. I appreciate that, Ms. Head. Always read the footnotes, never forget those college lessons. Okay, so that makes me feel better, but I'm inclined to believe that this option should also not be used because we don't want to create a sense of, them versus us or us versus them or anything of that nature. I'm very worried about that. I'm also concerned about the rehabilitation. I want to make sure I understand this correctly. And I believe that Councilmember Nolte was alluding to this. I believe that his concern with the rehabilitation of a building is the dislocation and therefore removal of low income individuals from our city who will then be homeless or houseless and have to move further east because their building was refurbished. This happens often in Pomona, where new owners will come in, they'll fix the building, they'll increase the rent, and all of a sudden people who have suffered under a bad landlord can no longer afford to live under a good landlord because their rent has been increased. So but it sounds from your discussion, Ms. Head, that it has to be a completely uninhabitable building. Like effectively. So in this building, either we're condemning it because the owner neglected it so much, or it's a vacant building that's been around for a few decades that at this point in time is not serving any purpose. Is that pretty much it?
That's correct. And I think the other thing to keep in mind would be, you can include an anti-displacement requirement in your acquisition rehabilitation requirements. The other thing is the very low and low income tenants who are living there would never be charged more than the affordable rent. So they would be covenanted to affordable. But Kirk made the really good point that during the rehabilitation period, particularly of the magnitude that would have to be done, is the people are displaced at least on a temporary basis. And so then there would need to be relocation during that period. But absolutely, if you're going to do acquisition rehab, which we're not necessarily recommending, but if you're going to do it, you should put anti-displacement in as a requirement.
I strongly, if we go that route, I would strongly recommend that the council consider an anti-displacement policy. My next concern was I strongly believe, and this is my personal belief, that while we do have a housing crisis, and none of us can deny that there's a housing crisis, we are somehow ignoring the affordability of housing. When you said for a four-member family, $90,000 was considered moderate, $92,000 was considered moderate, and $91,000 was still considered low income, I don't think my father, bless him, ever in his life as a blue collar worker was able to make that much money. I doubt if my father, who owned his own small one-man shop, ever made more than $50,000 in his entire life a year. And that was a really good year. I'm still in shock that we own a house, but different times, different things. And so I think that that's my concern, that we keep talking about these terms about very low, extremely low, moderate, high income. And then when we talk numbers, that's not the reality for many of the people who need the most housing. So I'm really going to advocate and insist that we look at double digits for all of this, for single families, for towns and condos, for rental projects. And I want it 10 and above, because this is just too important to let go. I understand that it's a small piece, but it's an important piece. And because it's an important piece, and because I already feel like we've let so many projects slip through our fingers, I do not want to wait. I'm not in favor of a total of 120 days, 90 days. I would like to see this implemented as soon as possible. 30 days, whatever has gotten through, that we have people who hold on to property for decades. We have people who neglect their property until it somehow mysteriously gets destroyed. And at no point when any of this is happening have I ever seen a fellow developer talk to another developer and go, hey, dude, you have an empty piece of land in Pomona that you're just letting go to wreck and ruin. When are you going to build something good on it? But all of a sudden we have a policy coming forward and everyone's coming here to speak about it. I understand that there are good landlords. I understand that there are good owners and good developers, and I am pleased to work with some of them. But there really needs to be there really needs to be a forward movement when it comes to housing in the city of Pomona and development in the city of Pomona, and I think that this is it. And finally, I don't think it's anyone's intention to curb development, and I don't think it's asking much, especially with the city of Pomona being considered a highest value city when housing prices keep going up, considering our location. I heard one of our planning commissioners say that we should not sell ourselves so cheaply, and I agree with that statement. The city of Pomona is a wonderful place to live. It's easy to commute to. We have a lot to offer for people to come into our city, and I think that we should really try to get as much as we can for the people who have already lived here the longest. I guess that's my end of my statements or my questions. I understand that the state will be scrutinizing us and using all their lovely out of touch language to get us to do something. But the range of accountability options, I really want to explore those. So, Ms. Head, do you have any suggestions about if we can, what kind of compromise can we do? If we don't do, can we do 45 days? Is it really up to the council to see how much of a grace period we grant this?
It's up to the council.
Okay, that's good to know. I think I'm looking at something between 30 to 45 days. I do not want this to drag on any more than it already has. I think that's it for me. Is there anything that I got wrong or anything that you can set me straight on, Ms. Head, before I cede my mic?
I don't want to say wrong or set you straight. I mean, I'm comfortable with my financial analysis and my conclusions on feasibility. It's well within your rights to want something different. I can't credibly suggest you do it, but that's ultimately not my decision.
Even the increase of 3% for single family homes from 7 to 10, that's pushing
That's a really significant difference, honestly.
Okay, that's good to know. But the 11 for condos and the 12 for rental projects, is there any way that we can get that 12 up to 15%, or is that also a big of a jump?
For the apartments?
Yes.
Let me look. I think I was at like 13 I was comfortable with density bonus. I just want to make sure I'm
okay. So you're
speaking.
All right, so if you're 13, if you're comfortable with 13, I'm going to hold you to that. And you're comfortable with 11, or can we squeeze that up to 12?
No, I already squeezed to get
For
there.
counting condos? Okay.
Yes, that was already a squeeze. I just want to make sure that I'm not saying something wrong. Just a second.
And are you firm on the 7 for single family homes?
I am firm on the 7. I am firm on the 7.
We need yard space, Ms. Head. We have dogs, we have plants. Have you been to South Pomona? We have old lemon trees and orange trees. Come on, you have to give us a yard.
But it's not the size, it's the percentage of inclusionary units.
I get it. But it's a single family home and those tend to be bigger lots. At least they used to be bigger lots. So you're firm on the 7. We could probably we're at the squeeze at 11 and we could probably go up to 13 for rental.
I think you could push me to 13 on rental.
I'm holding you to it, Ms. Head. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I think it's important to pause and go back and recognize that would be in combination with the state density bonus process. So if we find that a developer is not going to avail themselves of the state density bonus law, then there would be no way to support the 13% on that.
That would be up to them, wouldn't it? Whether they choose to pursue that or not?
Right. What I'm saying is, if for business reasons that they don't want to do a state density bonus project, which is restricted to very low income, and they say, no, we want to meet your requirements, build multifamily affordable, we'll meet your moderate income rate at 8.2%, we need to give them the ability to do that. What Kathy is suggesting to you is that most apartment owners are very savvy about the state density bonus allowance, and they will likely avail themselves of that. And that combination brings you up to that 12 or 13%. But absent it, the analysis would support 8.2%. If that makes sense.
And I think what Kirk is saying is really important, because I think one thing you want to keep in mind, and I do think that most apartment developers of any size, of any project size, are going to make use of the density bonus, and that has been proven out in a number of communities. You don't want to constrain development. I mean, that's the one thing that you don't want to do. So you don't want to establish a requirement that people then just stop developing apartments. So you want to be mindful of that when you set your requirements. And in my experience in recently is, the very recent experience is people aren't building as many apartments as they were already. And so you do want to keep in mind that if you set your requirements to a level that constrains developers from building them, then they'll build condos.
I think after COVID, we all want a condo, Ms. Head. I think
I'm merely telling you the various options that went into
I completely understand. And I know that it's both your job and Deputy Manager Pelzer's job to keep us on the right side of this matter. But when you are dealing with residents and constituents face to face on a daily basis, when you hear their struggles, when you get text messages asking you to please help me with this or with that regarding my landlord or rent, you want to do the best you can. And this, even though this is a drop in the bucket, I think we all just want to do the best we can. We don't want to curb or be confiscatory towards these property owners, but we have a responsibility to our residents first. And that is what motivates me. And I thank both you and Mr. Pelzer for helping me understand all of this. Thank you very much for your work.
You're welcome.
All right, Councilmember Ontiveros Cole. Are you there, Councilmember?
Yes, I am. At this point, I was hoping that we would have a higher percentage on rather than 7 in regards to the housing. And there's no way you can move it up a little bit, seriously, I hate to squeeze everybody in on one little area. If we're gonna, you're saying we're gonna build homes for 7%, with the 7%, correct?
In the single family, yes.
Okay, that is so important that we have a little bit more. I have to agree, because of the amount of space that a family would need, to be able to live a little bit more comfortably. And, that's something that maybe we should try to consider, Kathy.
Well, I guess I'm just having a disconnect between the question and the requirement. I'm saying 7% of the single family homes that are developed would be subject to the income and affordability controls. It has no regard to the size. And in fact, so in a subdivision, which is where most of these single family homes are going to be developed, we're requiring that they be equivalent to the market rate units in terms of the number of bedrooms and the finishes and the lot size, et cetera. So I'm missing a little bit that point. I think it's really important to understand that the single family homes that are being built in the subdivisions are expensive. And because they're expensive, the affordability gap associated with them is very high. And so for each additional affordable unit you require to be developed, you're diminishing the amount of market rate revenue that a developer can achieve. And it's important, again, not to be confiscatory and not to take away the reasonable return on land. I mean, again, I'm your financial consultant. I'm giving you my best opinion, my professional opinion. You as a council can make a different decision than what my analysis says, but it won't be supported by my analysis. Doesn't say you can't do it. It's just it won't be supported by my analysis.
I know that we build up. I know that we build up. I've seen the, what, 3 stories, basically, the homes that I've seen recently. And the property itself is very, very limited. And that's what I'm seeing. I see it on Town Avenue. I've seen it in other areas. And families, if they're going to have 3 or 4 bedrooms, I feel like they need a little bit more space for their
Councilmember Cole, I think
yards and things of that nature. And that's basically what I feel.
So I think Councilmember Cole, I'm sorry, Tim.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
So I think the issue is still being confused or clouded a little bit. Let's use an example of the Rio Rancho single-family homes that are under construction now and just about finished down by Target. If that project was coming in today or in a few months from now and this inclusionary ordinance was in place, 7% of those homes would meet the income requirements. So households that met the income qualifications for moderate income would be able to buy those, or perhaps low, depending on the particulars. What we're proposing tonight in this ordinance has no bearing on size of units, open space requirements, number of bedrooms. What it does say is across the board here, whether it's a single family home or a condominium that's attached or an apartment, that the units that get produced as part of the inclusionary ordinance have to be similar in size and quality as to the rest of the market rate units, so that you never have the situation of those units are inferior in some way in construction or in size or quality. So I just want to be clear, as this rolls out, and we have, as Anita said, some 2,000 units somewhere in the pipeline. Some are apartments, some are single family homes, some are condominiums. This ordinance would apply at the percentages we're talking about to those, and you will see them produced like quality, like size, like location. They just will be income restricted and will help meet our RETA needs for both production and affordability.
Hey, Kirk, this is Tim. Just as an example, let's just say Lanterman gets developed and you bring in 500 single family homes, right? What that means is that 7% of those 500 single family homes will be, in this case, moderate affordability. It doesn't mean that there's 7% single family homes built in the entire city. It just means 7% of whatever amount the developer decides to build. So you still have 500 single family homes. All it means is that of that 500, 7% is meets the inclusionary housing ordinance, if that's what the developer decides to do. So it doesn't prevent anybody from building single family homes. There could be single family homes that, I mean, one of the challenges is just the land available to build, your traditional single family home that we have predominantly in Pomona. And that's part of the reason why developers have built up. They may not seem like the same square footage as we think they are, but in fact, some of them are a lot bigger than a lot of the ranch style homes that were built post World War II. I mean, these are homes in 2,000 square feet, 2,500 square feet, 3,000 square feet. So I just wanted to clarify. I don't know if that's helpful, Councilmember Rose-Cole. We're not limited to 7% total single family homes. It's just as it pertains to a particular development would be affordable, if that's helpful. But we can come back to it, okay? I'd like to, if you'd like to go ahead and move on to Councilmember Lestro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just kind of been making some notes, but first I want to thank Kathy and Kirk for the comprehensive agenda report. I communicated to Kirk this morning that as I read the report over the weekend, I had some questions, but then as I got deeper into the report, those questions were answered. So that's always the hallmark of a good staff report, in anticipating potential questions that the City Council may have. Just a few observations, and I apologize that this may echo some of what my colleagues may have said. I do believe that we need to do what we can to try to encourage the production of the inclusionary units on site whenever we can, whether they're rental units or whether they're for sale units. I know that it wouldn't be necessarily a bad thing to offer the options of providing off-site production, or even in the off chance that somebody may want to pursue acquisition and rehab of existing units. I recognize that the chances of that happening are probably not that great. I don't have a problem offering those, but I think that we should discourage them through our ordinance as best as we can legally, without running afoul of housing law. I really like the idea or the option of, and I think it was used for single family development, of offering an option where a parcel would be sold off, where there might be a group of affordable rental units. I think we talked about, they were talked about as apartments, actually integrated with the site. That idea just kind of, the light came on, and I thought, wow, that sounds like that would be a good idea, and I think it can be done very easily through land planning to be able to incorporate it into the project rather than trying to look off site for another location to do the affordable units. Councilmember Preciado talked a little bit about the 1 mile radius for an off-site project. And again, I go back to what I was saying before about, I think we need to discourage the off-site production as much as possible. But if we do offer it, I'm wondering, on one hand, I would like to see it produced as close to the project site as possible. But on the other hand, knowing how built out Pomona is what is a 1 mile radius really practical? And so I think that some thought really needs to be given to that, whether that really is a practical option or not. And maybe by limiting it to 1 mile, maybe that's a further discouragement to doing offsite production. Maybe we want to look at that, and maybe that does need to be left in. And then with respect to the issue that Vice Mayor Garcia brought up with respect to single family production and the percentage for affordable, Kathy, you made it very clear that 7% is your top, and I hear you on that. And while I agree with my colleagues that it would be nicer to have maybe a slightly higher number, I also recognize that your background and your expertise in the finance end of it and coming up with that number is that we can't be confiscatory or discourage builders from building single family homes because the burden for doing affordable is too onerous on them. In my 2 years on the council, I guess, and I know the wheels don't always turn as quickly as we would like, but I've been watching the higher density projects in both ownership and rental that are being built in a number of neighboring cities. And I'm not just talking about the ones that are immediately surrounding us, but even in a wider radius that are being built along major corridors, in their downtowns and that sort of thing. And I know that is something that, and I certainly don't want to speak for Mayor Sandoval, but I know he's mentioned in the past about a vision such as that for Holt Avenue. Certainly I share that hope along with some of our other corridors, and I believe that it's really important that we do what we can to try to encourage the experienced developers to come into our city and do these high quality projects that developers that have the horsepower to be able to do that. we've too often, and even in my 2 years here, we've seen unsophisticated developers come in that build projects that are probably less than what we had hoped for. And my hope is that that some of the developers that are doing quality projects in other cities will eventually come into Pomona and do similar projects here to kickstart some of our neighborhoods, because it's always hard. The hardest thing is to get the first developer to come in. And once the first developer comes in and takes that chance and builds a good project, then it's almost like kicking the floodgates open, and other developers are more willing to come in after that door is open to be able to do projects. And I think that is key to revitalizing not only some areas of the city, but more importantly, some of our corridors where there has been a lack of investment or disinvestment over the years that really need that attention and that the investment by some developers that are willing to come in and do something to kind of get things moving. So I think those are all my comments. I thank my colleagues for theirs as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Torres.
Thank you very much. Just want to thank the city for taking steps forward to address the housing shortage taking place in California. This ordinance has been a long time in the making, and I do want to thank the staff for the work that they put in. However, I do have some concerns with the ordinance as it is in place. Two particular concerns. One is the fees. The fact that our fees are going to be raised up to over $10,000 is very concerning. And as I go out and I do my rounds with different business groups, such as the Business Industry Association and different other trades who are involved in building affordable housing projects, they tell me they're concerned about the fees being high. And especially when some of our surrounding communities have lower fees, and we in the city of Pomona are struggling to create this business-friendly environment and to attract developers as it is. I personally feel, in my opinion, raising the fees may pose an issue in the future, especially for a city like Pomona. Now, it's important that we do get clarification on the grandfather exemption prior to making any decisions. I know that some of the speakers in the audience asked for that clarity. And so if we could get that information and those questions answered, would be great. I don't want to set back the ordinance in any way, but I do want to encourage the city to sit down with the business groups because it's vitally important. It's a two-part partnership. Not only do the cities have to create the ordinances for affordable housing and the mechanisms to bring people in, but also we need to be able to create the business-friendly environment. There's no point of passing these ordinances if the business groups are not, if they don't believe that it's favorable to them coming in. So hopefully we could sit down and talk to some of the business groups and get those questions answered. I think the Building Industry Association is a good start. There's a lot of other groups out there, maybe even labor groups that we should talk about. Because one thing, me personally, I don't know if this is the appropriate place to raise the discussion, is one thing that I told myself moving forward is that I don't want to be approving any major housing developments unless they have a project labor agreements with the trades. Especially in the city of Pomona and LA County. We should probably maybe look at how we can explore opportunities to incorporate those values. And because I think it's important. It's not just building the housing, it's actually creating the good paying jobs that come associated with it. Good healthcare, good retirements, and making sure that the project gets completed on time. Because oftentimes when there's no labor agreements associated with these projects, they don't get done on time. And so hopefully the mayor and the city council could take another look at this and continue the great work, but at the same time, talk to the business groups out there and really build that partnership so we can address the housing shortage in Pomona. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I make a few points, I just want to address the point that you made, Councilmember Torres. I've already started talking with the building trade specifically about project labor agreements. And Kirk, I've already asked you to begin to do that work to bring something before the council in the near future regarding this. Can you just speak to it just briefly?
Sure. I think I forget the entity name that we met with a couple of months ago, but they've given us some template.
Chris Hannon.
Sorry?
Chris Hannon from the building trades.
Right. So this is something that James and the city manager and I and the city attorney need to review together and look at what options the city would have, particularly as it relates to city projects, be they public works, what have you, and how to incorporate those types of agreements into any procurement that the city does related to construction. I think it would be a different set of issues on how to apply to a private development. I'm not sure that that's an apples to apples comparison.
Correct, yeah.
But I'd be happy to talk to Councilmember Torres on the side to make sure I'm understanding clearly what the intent of the comment was.
Right. Thank you, Kurt. Okay, a lot of my questions have been answered simply because my colleagues asked a lot of questions, which is what you want, right? You certainly want to, particularly when you're making a decision like this, you want to get all your questions answered, your concerns addressed. I kind of wanted to start from what the main goal of doing an inclusionary housing ordinance, because it's by no means the only housing policy to address affordability. It is just one aspect of addressing affordability. And I think it's important to state that, right? This is not a cure-all to addressing affordability, but it's an important step. And when we make the decision to hire Kaiser Marston, we make the decision because we rely on people who are experts to at least provide us some good information that's grounded in presumably science and data, and looking at, to the degree that you can, is what does the market look like? What do other cities look like? Not every cities are the same. And you present a study that you've done. In this case, Kathy, you've led that study, so that we can make a sound decision. And obviously, it's not unusual for city councils to push back, right, Kathy? I mean, they push back all the time. And sometimes they take your advice and sometimes they don't.
That is correct.
And sometimes city councils pay the price and sometimes they don't. So it's important, I think, to understand that interplay between what you produce and what ultimately the council, because I think all the council would like to see in these projects, particularly market rate projects, is that there be some units that are built specifically to help people who otherwise wouldn't be able to afford market rate units. And I think that's, that's something that every city should strive for, and not that every city does, but it's certainly something that we are trying to do here in Pomona, is to be an inclusive community so that people have the opportunity to be able to perhaps afford a new place, or at least be able to afford to rent a place because of our decision to create an inclusionary housing ordinance. I also want to say that I think probably many of the council members look at this through the lens of working class families and through the lens of low income families, which is why we ask, why not 10%? Why not 15%? Why not 30%? And I get that. I mean, we're really trying to fight, sometimes they say for the little guy, right? And the little gal, so that they have an opportunity to afford housing. But I do want to say that it is a relationship, right? It is a relationship with the development community, right? And what we're trying to do is to create an environment where we see development in the city that's inclusive. And the city council has the opportunity to create policy that is in fact inclusive. And so I don't want to demonize the development community because the fact of the matter is there's good ones and there's bad ones. But we also want to make sure that we don't in doing or making the decision that a year from now or 2 years from now, we don't sort of ask ourselves, what has been built? It felt good. Hell, it felt good to have 15%. It felt good to have 25%. And then nothing gets built. And we ask ourselves, but it felt good, right? And so that's why it's so important, I think, to have, not that we agree in every sense of the term with somebody like a Kaiser Marston, or in this case, Kathy, but that we should try to achieve the goal, which is to make sure that at least with this strategy for housing policy, that we try to get as many units that realistically can be built so that people have access to these opportunities. So I wanted to say that. Okay. The other thing I want to say is regarding RENA numbers. It is the requirement by the state, correct me if I'm wrong, Kathy or Kurt, that it's the requirement that we have to zone for those units, right? Doesn't mean we have to build 10,300 units, because as I recall, I don't recall receiving any money for cities to build housing. Is that, can somebody dispute that with me?
No.
So you're saying we're not going to get any billions of dollars to build the 10,300 plus units, is that correct?
It's effectively an unfunded mandate.
Okay, all right. And I raise it because I know in every city, or listening to every council member, or listening to every mayor, is the frustration that we have when it comes to RENA numbers. And I get it, we need to build. But the fact of the matter is that it isn't as if cities are building housing. It's the nonprofit community and the for-profit community. So I just introduced that because it kind of, it befuddles me to think when you have that figure of 10,000 plus, and then we have a developer, let's say, for example, in the downtown, who just won't build, even though they own the property, right? And it isn't if we have the financial wherewithal to say, we're going to help you build this, because we don't get money to do that. So I'm just highlighting some of these things because I think it's important to situate the inclusionary housing ordinance in some kind of context. The only question that I really had as it pertained to the ordinance, and maybe Kurt, you can answer this question. I posed this to you earlier, but I wanted to pose it publicly, is on page 5 of the staff report, there's a section under use of apartment units to fulfill inclusionary housing obligations. And in question, or I should say, bullet point number 1, it says the creation, so it is KMA's recommendation that apartment units be allowed to fulfill the inclusionary housing requirements under the following circumstances. And number 1 states the creation of a parcel within in an ownership housing development site in which affordable apartment units are produced to fulfill the ownership housing project's inclusionary housing requirements. So the creation of a parcel within specifically for affordable housing. And I think the question I had raised with you is, I would never want a project where there's market rate and then that little parcel off on the side over there is the poor folks, or the folks that, you know, that's the folks who are being subsidized, right? Is that I would want to see it integrated into any development that comes before the city. But I had asked you that question earlier, Kirk, and you gave me a really good explanation. So why don't you share it with the public and with the council?
Sure, and it's a confusing. It's easy to confuse this. What that specific allowance is suggesting is that in the case of a for sale affordable housing project. So to give you some visual context, let's just assume for a minute the Jamboree block, which you are all familiar with, the block just west of the police station, where we're working with Jamboree to build an affordable housing project. If that project wasn't happening and we were imagining a for sale condo project there that was proposed, and a market rate developer was going to propose to build 50 condos there, one means by which they could meet our affordable housing requirements or inclusionary requirements would be to build apartments. And that's something the state allows and encourages, so that there's that option for a home builder, condo builder to meet their inclusionary requirement by building apartments that meet the income requirements. So in that case, imagine 3/4 of that block was for sale condominiums, and 1/4 of it would be a separate parcel, and it wouldn't necessarily have to be that, because apartments and condos are different animals and they can't be in one parcel of land. So you would have a situation where 3/4 of the block would be brand new condos, and then 1/4 of it might be a standalone apartment project. And that apartment project just might happen to be affordable. Again, it would, if they were meeting the requirements for a for sale product in that example, then 10% of the units would be income qualified for sale condos. But this is only talking about the example where a for sale developer chooses the option of meeting the requirement under inclusionary by building income restricted apartments. And it has to be a separate legal parcel in order to do that. But all the quality issues and urban design issues would remain. Project would have to be, in this case, developed to the same specific plan development standards and so forth. So there's a lot of mitigating factors that prevent what you're describing as an undesirable outcome, Mayor, of some, separate project that's inferior. Throughout this entire program, there's all kinds of protections embedded in it to prevent that from happening.
Thank you. And Kathy, have you seen that example much? I mean, my first thought is that's not likely going to happen, where you have, let's say 40 condos and then a separate, somewhat on the same property, a separate project that's obviously separated from the rest of the project. That's apartments. Is it? Do you see that often?
It's commonly done by the Irvine Company.
It is, okay. Got it. As an inclusionary housing kind of.
Correct.
Got it, okay. All right, that's good to know. But that's just Irvine, right?
That's just Irvine, but it has been done around and about in terms of creating the separate parcels for different types of development. It becomes a policy decision of the council whether that's something you want to see, but and it needs to be a relatively large parcel for this to work.
Sure.
But it absolutely is done.
Yeah, we is the El Toro, is the former El Toro Marine Base, was that in Irvine?
That is actually, that part of that is in Irvine, yes. And part of it is in Tustin.
We don't quite have that. Sure. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Kathy. Anita, I have a question for you regarding the number of units that have been built. Do you have any sense of how many units we've had built in, let's say, 2018, 2019, just so we have some perspective on the number of units being built in the city?
Yes, roughly, Mayor. So I think in the last maybe 18 months, and this may be a little bit outdated, about 700, almost 800 units were built in the last, or under construction in the last 18 months. And then in the last 12 months, roughly about 165 units were approved through discretionary permits.
Okay, and then I thought I heard you mention earlier that there's about 2,000 potential units in the pipeline.
And that's correct. We have about 2,000 units currently in review, active planning applications. It's about 2,000 units.
So based on the numbers you gave for the past 18 months and the last 12 months, the 2,000 is pretty significant.
Yes.
Okay, and the reason I raise it is because I know that there's a question about 30 days, 45 days, 90 days, and 120 days. And I can certainly understand the angst of city council members. I just want to say, though, that I think it's important to emphasize that when we make decisions, we do send a message to the development community, right? And we want to see more development in the city. And we have, like I said, we all know that there's some good developers in the city. There's some really nice projects happening in the city that are both potentially, not even potentially, but that will be affordable housing in the city, including the project across the street from the police station, including the project up on Bonita and Gary, which was part of the work that's being done around the Metro Gold Line that will be coming to the city of Pomona. There's the project over near the Target, which is being completed. And so I'm open to considering a perhaps not 120 days, maybe not even 90 days. But I just want to emphasize that it's not us against them. It's we have to figure out how we can work together to try to bring good development to the city that's inclusive. And we want more inclusive development. And so that's part of the reason why we're making the decision on an inclusionary housing ordinance. And I think that's clearly the direction that we're going in. I can certainly, again, understand that not everybody feels the same way, but I don't want to not just bring to our attention that it is a relationship. And one of our, at least what I've tried to do, and I think others have tried to do, is to create an environment where business can prosper, not at the expense of the city, but to help uplift the community and help uplift the city. And I think that it's something that we have to think very carefully about when we finalize that decision, what that time frame should be, so that developers can adjust, because we ultimately want them to complete their projects. And we want them to be successful at completing their projects, because it will mean more affordable housing units, potentially based on the decision that the city council makes. So everybody's had a chance to speak. I know that the staff has had to try to assimilate a lot of different ideas and opinions. I assume somebody's taken some good, copious notes. Can I ask the staff to ask any questions, clarifying questions, and then we can certainly open it up back to the council should they have questions or they have comments. And maybe I can ask you, James, if, because you guys got to go back as a city staff tomorrow and you just listened to 7 different voices, and you're asking for some direction, some guidance as to how the city council would like to proceed. Want to see if you have anything that's not clear. And not that we, as a council, has decided everything tonight, right? Like, for example, we didn't decide whether it's 30 days or 45 days or 90 days, 120 days. But you certainly got a spectrum of views. So how do you propose to proceed with that?
Well, I'll turn it over to Kirk and Kathy to see if they had any questions, but I thought the council was pretty clear in some of the points that they wanted to see brought back, and we'll see what we can do in our review of everything. Kirk, do you have any concerns?
Well, I think if we want to keep to the timeline that I laid out earlier, where we would bring an ordinance for first reading on the first meeting in January, then we truly do need a little bit of clarity tonight. Not on everything, because I think we can suss out a lot of this, but I think for me, I think it would be important to understand if there's going to be a majority of the council that will support a grace period. And as I've told you, and I told the Planning Commission, I'm strongly recommending that be 90 days. If we can't get agreement on that tonight, then that would prevent us from finalizing an ordinance. The other things about offsite production and rehab, I mean, I think my sense, and James and the team and I can talk tomorrow, but my sense is that that the majority of the council kind of want to leave a lot of the options in there. But as Kathy outlined, there's some pretty strict criteria to actually use several of them, like the land dedication or the ACK and rehab, which will, in essence, make them very unlikely to be utilized, most likely. So, I mean, if the general sense is provide more options, we can bring that back. And then I guess I would have a question for Ethan and Sonia, that presume that we bring back a final ordinance in January, and at that evening, council wants to make some particular change, for example, eliminating land dedications. Could that still be made at that time, or would that require us to pause and renotice a public hearing?
I can weigh in, and then Sonia can weigh in if she likes. I think, Kirk, it will likely depend on the level of complexity of the changes to the ordinance. If council wants extensive changes that can't be easily addressed at the meeting, for example, just eliminating one option, I think, from the array of options that we have available to developers, that's fairly straightforward. But if it would take significant drafting, then it would have to come back again to the council for a second look at the ordinance for first reading. But if it's simple enough that we can make the changes then at that meeting, then it could move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
so
I would just add to that, yes, if it's, as Ethan said, if you can draft it that night, either by deleting or adding language, and it can be done for the first reading, you can make those changes. What I'd probably recommend based on tonight's conversation is that sometimes staff can come forward on that first reading with options. I mean, in an ordinance, so you could say, okay, we listened to the council and it can be A or B. We can put that in the first reading and note that the council is going to choose A or B policy decision. So if we get that kind of feedback, we can make sure we prepare it that way. Okay.
Yeah, that would be great, Sonia and Kirk. Yeah, because I think that we can certainly probably take every little single item, and we may be here till 3 a.m. But I think there's a lot of information for each of the council members to digest. I know Councilmember Nolte said that he'd like to spend a little bit more time in looking at what was sent to him, and I'm sure he has questions. I'm sure the council member perhaps even have questions, particularly Councilmember Nolte. And so, based on what Sonia said, Kirk, would that work for you?
yes, I think we can. Yeah, I think with that understanding, I think we can stick to our schedule and have some options for both.
Okay. Yes. Okay, good. All right. So I wanted to give the council, if you can perhaps be brief. I know that's always asking a lot. But are there any other council members that would like to at least have a question or a comment or suggestion? I'm certainly open to it. And I'll just run through it. Councilmember Nolte?
Yeah, thanks. Just a couple things. I know it's late, but I apologize that I actually do have a lot of questions still, and I'm not going to ask them all right now. But I sort of will, I support the idea of coming back with an ordinance, but I also want to kind of reserve my right, not like I need to or anything, but to maybe introduce some complexity or something that I'm not thinking of right now because that I have some things to learn. So and if I, without meaning to delay the process by 2 weeks or something like that, I'm apologizing in advance for that, and not saying that I'm going to do that, but just I'm on a learning curve here.
Councilmember, just there's a new rule now that you took a 4-year break. There's a new rule that anything after 10 o'clock cannot involve any complexity whatsoever.
Okay.
So.
That doesn't apply to me right now, I hope. It's 3 questions, and the answers can be brief, but just while Kathy's here, did you think about looking at the downtown differently or the corridors differently in terms of, percentages and as a different kind of market?
No, and I have done that in some other communities. That was not part of the engagement here, but it's certainly appropriate to think about.
Okay, I just want to flag that I'm very interested in that model.
I mean, I just have to say it is a whole new analysis.
Yeah, I apologize to introduce complexity in that way, but I do want to talk about that later.
Councilmember Nolte, your time is up.
Yeah. Just a question for Kurt. I have 3 questions. The 2,000 units, and maybe this is for the other woman who I'm, Anita. If we had a 90-day, hold on the ordinance, how many of those 2,000 units are get get under the wire, so to speak?
Councilman Nolte, not many. So most of these, I would say maybe 75% of those applications are already complete and we're beginning analysis on them.
So those ones.
So it would be new applications coming in is where we would catch the majority of the not complete.
So I guess my question is that by waiting 90 days, we're saying, oh, well, anyway, I'll figure that out later. That's good enough. I don't want to, because I feel kind of.
If I could just add something to that though, Councilman, I mean, by waiting 90 days, the practical answer is there are a number of major developments, several of which are entities that have bought property from the school district that are close to getting applications in, but haven't quite yet. And to be honest, they are mortified of the possibility that their projects might not be feasible if they
have to redo their numbers or something. So this really is about several specific projects. That was kind of my question. And so,
and in some cases, they've acquired land and they don't have the ability to renegotiate it. That's, you know.
Okay, so I can meet with you about those later. My third question, and then I'll stop, is there a way to write into the ordinance, and maybe I'm not thinking about this right, but something like marketing requirements or Pomona First requirements for particularly any very low income housing that's developed, but maybe any housing that's developed at all, such that, and I guess my primary concern is like if we have them applying density bonuses and building very low income housing to meet the requirements, and I actually would like to talk to Kathy about how to incentivize that as much as possible, because for me, that's the outcome that I would like to see happen most often, if possible. Is there a way to write in something where the Pomona very low income residents have dibs on those apartments, or that they have to be marketed heavily in that way? Kind of like the idea that we want Pomona residents to have the ability to move into nice new places.
Councilmember Nolte, I recall seeing in the staff report something that highlighted that very point, but correct me if I'm wrong, Kathy or Kurt.
Yeah, there's a marketing provision in the policy recommendations, but I'm going to let Ethan or Sonia talk about whether you can actually give dibs.
Sure. So what we have, we prefer that we not give dibs. We think there's some risk associated with that, but we do have a provision in there for heavily marketing to Pomona residents, and we just recently negotiated the Jamboree project that people have mentioned. We include a similar provision for the marketing of that project, and that would be a requirement for the inclusionary units as well.
Okay. And then last question, but like, I want to be able to talk to, Kathy and Kirk outside of this meeting and understand better where the percentages come from and what feasible and supported means, in more detail, but so that I can understand why the percentages are what they are. But one thing that could be changed without having to put the ordinance on to another meeting would be the percentages themselves, I assume, right? Because those are just numbers that could be changed in a meeting, right?
Well, yes.
I know you wouldn't recommend it or anything.
No, and again, what we will do then is be sort of flying on our own without benefit of a analysis to support the numbers. And that does create risk.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember President, do you have any questions, comments?
First, not Sonia, but our other attorney, I'm sorry, I don't recall your name. What was the provision that you added about the marketing, and what is it that would be added?
So I don't have the language in front of me right now, but we added specific language in the in the Jamboree agreement that required marketing to Pomona residents through multiple newspapers, social media, and other means to ensure that they were aware of the availability of the units and had the opportunity to apply for a unit.
And could you clarify the risk that we would be looking at?
With regard to if we just made a direct preference for
if we were to move forward with that?
So in general, if you have a preference that's focused on a geographic area, you have to have you have to make findings as to the justification for that and why you're selecting only Pomona residents, and that's a difficult finding to make. Usually, if you are providing a preference for specific disadvantaged groups or something along those lines, there's more of a public policy justification. But if you're just providing it within a geographic area, it creates more risk. I could provide you information in more detail and outside of the meeting if you like.
Yeah, and just there are certain housing laws, there's federal laws that basically say you can't discriminate when choosing tenants or buyers of property. And so we have to be very careful that we don't impose requirements in our ordinance that would run afoul of those laws. But we can answer specific questions about legality. If you want to schedule an appointment, we can go through the laws with you.
Well, and I think because, I'm just curious on if we could write it in as an anti-displacement type of initiative.
Oh, sure. So can you explain that to me a little bit more?
Actually, what I would suggest that rather than answering like the legal strategy questions in public meeting, maybe we will definitely analyze that and make sure that we give them an answer before we can either answer individual questions, but then also for transparency for the public, we could include that in the next staff report or maybe address it that way.
Okay, and thank you very much to both of you. And then just to throw it out there, Kirk, I've changed my mind on the acquisition and rehab after you clarified. It doesn't look like it would be feasible. So I know that I wouldn't mind taking it off the table if the council wants to do it, and you don't have to worry about that item next time, but I guess it'll depend on the entire council. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Vice Mayor Garcia.
I think this question is for Deputy Manager Pelzer. We first spoke about an inclusionary housing ordinance over a year ago. Kaiser Marsden had to do their study. We've been discussing this at least in September. Are you telling me that someone bought property in Pomona and is saying that they had no clue that we were considering this? Now they're rushing to get their project through?
Yes. I mean, the short answer is yes. It sometimes takes well over a year for a developer to get an application in. When you're talking about creating 150 or 200 homes, there's enormous design work that has to go in, water designs, engineering studies, environmental studies. In the case I'm thinking about, there was some soil remediation issues that were unforeseen that had to get resolved between the buyer and seller. So yes, I mean, that entity doesn't have a deemed complete application in because they're still working on technical studies and things in order to make one. So and it may seem outlandish, but the way you described it in short terms, that has actually happened.
Okay. I mean, all right. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to process that one because I don't think that this has been a secret. So I'll have to process that one. The land, again, the land gift, that's a no for me. The rehabilitation, I was at a no. I think I'm still at a no, and I'll think about the 90-day, but I honestly highly doubt it, because at the end of the day, if we don't give them the 90 days, I know what's going to happen. $500,000 condos are going to turn into $600,000 condos, because that's how business works. So I appreciate the time, and I'll be giving it some thought. Thank you.
And Vice Mayor Garcia, I will happily take you thinking about the 90 days. Thank you very much. It is appreciated. All righty. Councilmember Barros Cole?
Nothing at this time, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lestro?
Nothing more, Mr. Mayor, at this time.
Okay, and Councilmember Torres?
Nothing more. Looking forward
Okay,
to
great.
more questions answered. Thanks.
Great, thank you. And so we don't need to take any formal action on this item, as I understand. Am I correct that this is a discussion item? Kurt, Kathy, and the team have listened, have heard the council. We agree on some things, we don't agree on all things. And you'll be able to bring us back a ordinance that will capture that, those options. Okay? All right, so then that completes our discussion on item 13, so we can move to agenda item 14.
Item number 14 is a finding of public benefit to the community at large, recommended expenditures, and recap of expended funds.
Great. All right, are there any questions or comments about the finding of public benefit? If not, can I get a motion?
Move to approve, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Garcia. And can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call.
Nolte?
Aye.
Preciado?
Yes.
Garcia?
Yes.
Ontiveros Cole?
Yes.
Lester?
Yes.
Torres?
Yes.
Sandoval?
Yes. Okay, moving on to the next item.
Next item are matters initiated by city council members. These are items for future city council consideration as requested by the mayor or members of the city council.
Okay, Councilmember Nolte, we'll start with you.
Well, at some point I want to talk about rent control, but I will be talking to each of you individually about that. It's a very important policy that the city needs, and I've been working on it for some time. So I'm just bringing that up in the context of housing tonight. You know, it's been on my mind the whole time. So it's something I intend to bring forward. And the other thing I would just say is that at some point in the last 8 years, or 4 years, the council started saying yes instead of I. And that's just confusing me. But so this is a yes council as opposed to an I council when voting is my understanding. Okay.
Except when I get mixed up and I say here, for which I apologize.
Okay.
Well, thanks for conforming to the new rules, John.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Brescia.
Councilmember Torres brought it up, and I was just curious on, do we have a timeline for the rate study? Or can we get something emailed to us and figure out where that is if it can't be answered tonight?
Okay, real quick, the rate study, Councilmember, can you be specific? I'm sorry. You're not talking about a fee study. You're talking about a rate study?
The fee study is what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and I'll have a comment on that in a moment. But does anybody want to answer that question?
I can answer that, Mayor, council members. And I think it's going to be on the agenda. Andrew's, he's unmuting himself. And that's going to be a report back on the agenda for the 21st. And then in that memo, we're also including, we would hope to have a full package to the council by June 2021. But we are working to bring forward options for you for the most high priority impact fees that we know you're aware of by January. So it's the options for you to consider on those.
I'm so sorry, is that January 2021?
Yes, next month.
Oh, next month. And then you said June 2021 for the final big push.
That's what we're hoping for, right? So staff is working right now with the consultant. We've going through the exercise right now of giving them all of our data that they need to do the analysis. And we're working with them on some time schedules to for the entire package of fees, but also knowing that there's a high priority with particular fees. We're working to get those, maybe some options in front of you sooner rather than later.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, is that all?
No, you're still on, Councilmember.
Okay. And then I just wanted to ask Mike Ellis, Chief Mike Ellis, if the 1 January meeting after Mayor Sandoval acknowledged Nora's comment in the beginning of the meeting, if that is okay with him, can he have something available then?
The chief and I discussed it, and we would actually prefer that it comes back the first meeting of February, since we don't have that second meeting of January. We have some things that we have to work out with the city attorney's office and with the holiday and everything. Time's a little compressed to bring it back on January 4th.
Can you give me the date on February meeting? Sorry, I don't have the calendar in front of me.
February 1st.
That's February 1st.
Yeah, February 1st.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Garcia.
Okay, I hope you could all see and hear me. I think I'm glitching out. Please let me know if I freeze. So first of all, thank you, City Manager and Chief. The first meeting of February is fine. Thank you for following up on that. I appreciate the mayor's support as well as Councilmember Preciado's support on this. I do have a request from a constituent regarding trash cans. However, there are trash cans that were installed in District 3 in the past that are no longer being maintained. So I would like to see if the city manager could bring forward possibly an MOU or a contract regarding trash cans, the same way there are for little free libraries currently. I think that it's necessary that we answer what our constituents request, but it's also important that we hold them accountable for that request. Or is there anything that we can discuss regarding trash cans and the cost and the routes and any of that, City Manager?
Well, I think if there's consensus from a majority of the council this evening to bring back something, we can come back with estimates on what it costs to maintain trash cans, what our current policy is for where trash cans are placed throughout the city, and what a potential draft MOU would look like for residents to agree to maintain their trash can. You know, it's my understanding that for the majority, most of our trash cans are placed at places like bus stops and walking areas, shopping areas, that sort of thing, where we have a lot of foot traffic, public spots. But we are getting requests for trash cans to be just placed in various neighborhoods, and we don't necessarily have the bandwidth to, without cost increases, to do those, so to pick them up. So an MOU might be appropriate. I know we've had one trash can down in the Angela Chancellor neighborhood that someone agreed to take care of, and they've stopped taking care of it now. And that happens with people are being mobile, they're leaving the area, so forth, and moving on, but we still have a trash can that's there to be maintained.
Thank you, City Manager. Is there anyone else who would like to hear about this? Is there consensus from council?
I don't mind.
If staff can do it, I think it works.
All right, I got 3. I'm 1 short.
Yeah, all I would ask Councilmember or Vice Mayor Garcia is that,
sure.
And this is really important to just be clear, is, and I was going to talk about this when I was going to talk about city or council member initiatives. James, you and I talked about staff capacity as it relates to, the council asked for something and, it doesn't happen in a month, or it doesn't happen in 2 months. It doesn't maybe happen in 6 months, is for you to provide regular updates on when the city council has 4 votes, or I decide to put it as part of the agenda, is that we understand the capacity that while you would like, so we have 7 members of the council, each of us have perhaps a lot of things we would like to do. Let's just say there are 10 things, that's 70 things that you have to do. Is just being at least aware of when we make these asks, is that putting it in the context of everything else that we've asked for, and then being aware that it's going to take some time because you're working on a number of different things to bring before the council. So James, can you just briefly comment on that?
Yeah, I think that's important, Mayor, to recognize that, you know, staff is busy doing things that are laid out in the budget, so to speak, whether it's budget objectives or CIP objectives. Those are the main things that staff is trying to accomplish throughout the year. And then some of these other things that get added at council meetings, they get added to the list for us to look into, research, bring back, and they just take away our bandwidth to pay attention to some of the other more important things. And so we just have to recognize that, you know, we do have, you know, timelines that we're trying to maintain, and that we recognize that staff is limited. And, you know, so we are working through that, the department heads and myself. But Renee and I have talked about this subject, and you know, as far as the trash cans are concerned, and you know, I think we would like some direction from the council at some point on this. And so Councilmember Garcia and myself have discussed it. Councilmember Ontiveros-Cole and I have discussed it. And it seems to be a subject worth taking a look at.
Yeah, so we can presumably bring it back as a discussion item, James?
Yes.
Yeah, and then thank you, Councilor. Thank you, Vice Mayor Garcia. And I was just going to say that again, in speaking, I'll come right back to you, promise. Is that I have asked James to provide us regular updates on how we're coming along with council member requests, like the inclusionary housing ordinance, like the fee studies, is to provide regular updates on how we're coming along, how staff is coming along, so that we have, and perhaps sometimes we'll have to push back, but it's at least an opportunity to see where it's at in the timeline. Vice Mayor Garcia.
Mayor. I do respect the limited bandwidth of staff. I truly do appreciate that you have 7 bosses you have to keep in line. So thank you for allowing us this time to speak about our projects, especially when I want to bring back our priority list. It's been 2 years since the last time we had a special meeting. I do not want to handle because staff time and bandwidth is limited. And I think it would be beneficial for Councilmember Nolte to be, if not in a room with us, at least in a meeting with us, so that we can really hash this out the way we did at the Red Cross Center a couple of years ago. I think it needs to be all 7 of us. I think it needs to be the directors, just like it was last time. And we need to go over our priorities and see what we've accomplished, what we need to work on, and it needs to happen. And the best way to do that, I believe, is to regroup that meeting. So I hope that we'll have that meeting with our new colleagues soon. And thank you for for this time.
Yeah, and Vice Mayor Garcia, we've spoken about this, and as I stated, it will happen.
I like that idea very much. Thanks.
Yeah, it's something that we did a couple of years ago. Not quite a couple of years ago, because a couple of years ago you guys were just elected. But it was sometime in the spring, I think, that we had done that with staff and all council members present. So James, you and I can talk about that in our weekly meeting. Okay. Alrighty. Thank you, Vice Mayor Garcia. Let's move to Councilmember Ontiveros-Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I found out that our arborist is no longer with us, Michael Sled, and I really am going to miss him. He was very, very helpful to me in my projects, and I am asking who is going to be taking over, you know, substituting until we find a potential person to fill his shoes. I do have a couple of constituents that were on the list for trees, and they're emailing me, asking me where are there trees. So could somebody please give me some information on that so I can relay it to them, please?
Renee?
Yeah, Councilmember, you can contact me. For now, in the immediate term, we're going to have Michael Etheridge kind of step up into that role for a little bit, but I will tell you that I've been working with HR, and we're about to release the job flyer probably in the next day or two to get a permanent replacement for.
Okay.
So we're hoping to do that as quickly as possible. Believe me.
Yeah, thank you.
Get done as quickly as possible.
There's only 2 constituents that are left, I believe, on my list. Maybe there's another one, but
Please email me. Please email me.
I will email you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Roscoe. Councilmember Lestro?
No items tonight, sir.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Lestro, did I hear you wrong?
Yeah, you heard me correctly.
Okay, sorry. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Torres?
Yes, thank you. I just want to say that I appreciate some of the efforts that the city is taking to address some of the issues in Ganesha Hills, especially when some of the residents have been calling for assistance. But I also, want to actually make another request to the city council. And I understand that staff time is limited sometimes, right? And especially when we take on new ventures, nonetheless. But residents have been asking me to inquire about the park ranger program that I believe was discussed by the city council a couple of years back. Maybe we could come back and revisit, this discussion. Maybe now may not be the particular time. But I think it's important that we talk about preserving the hills, preserving some of, maintaining some of our landscaping on a long-term basis that is feasible economically with our budget. And the reason why I bring this up is, and I'm not trying to make a new request, this is something that residents have personally asked me to, and I told them that I'd bring it up today. But this is something I believe was talked about, and it was another idea. This was created by another council member, but we haven't had an opportunity to hear an update about it, or if this was going to come back, because one thing that I kind of don't enjoy doing is, listen, I don't mind talking about the park rangers. If we're going to do it, that's great. But if we're not going to end up doing it, I'd like to know, because I want to be able to tell people, hey, you know what, that park ranger thing that you guys keep mentioning, it looks like it might not happen, right? And we're going to probably do something else to address the issues. I just want to be able to give the constituents a straight answer, because what I've been telling folks is, yeah, we're working on that. We're working on it. It's been a couple of years now. And that's fine. It may take longer. I get it. But if we could just kind of, if I could have a better update about where we're at with all that, that would be great. Thank you.
Councilmember Torres, I would recommend you talk to Chief Ellis. I know I've spoken to him. We did a walkthrough of Ganesha Hills some time ago, looking at the different things that need to happen, particularly at the park, as it relates to lights, as it relates to tree trimming, as it relates to a number of things. And I know that there's the mitigation fund that the committee will ultimately make recommendations about the use of funds. Not that it has to be solely those use of funds.
Are you talking about the Fairplace Committee?
Correct. And so I would encourage you to talk to Chief Ellis, who can provide some updates on that.
Yeah, I'll consider talking to Chief Ellis, but I also want to let folks know that that mitigation fund between me and you, well, not between me and you, everybody's listening. I want to focus a lot of that money on the poor minority communities, because they're adversely impacted too. And I understand a lot of the work has to be done in Ganesha Hills, but when people voted to elect me, it was the poor communities that voted to elect me. And in Ganesha Hills too, I won that big time. But I just want to let you know, it cannot all go to Ganesha Hills. That's why I'm asking the city to revisit it on a long-term basis, because I want that money to be spread out to the poor communities by
Just for clarity, Councilor Torres, I say Ganesha Park, which is all socioeconomic families use that park. and they want to feel safe at that park. So there was no mention of Ganesha Hills. It was the
Oh,
Ganesha
no,
Park
then
was
I'm
used.
referring to the Ganesha Hills then, that
Yeah.
needs to be maintained.
So, yeah,
Because
so Chief Ellis, like I said, reach out to Chief Ellis.
Okay,
All right.
so maybe I have a question. Listen, I'm not here to debate you, but the question that I have for staff is, who allocates the funding to maintain the hills? Is that the police department or is that the city of Pomona? Because I don't want to be directed to talk to the chief if at the end of the day, it's going to be a city council matter and we're going to have to figure out how to fund this ourselves. Or he's going to end up telling me, like the police always tell me, or they tell the community, is go ask the mayor and the city council to fund us more, because that's what they say.
Yeah, as it relates to the Park Rangers program, the chief can speak to that, but as it relates to the responsibility of the hills, I think probably Renee, you can speak to that, because I know we've had this discussion about the responsibility of the city and the responsibility of the fire department, as well as the responsibility of the residents, right, as it relates to their private property.
That's correct. Correct. Yeah, generally, and to be quite brief, you know,
We can't hear you, Renee.
I'm sorry?
We can't hear you very well.
Oh.
That's good. You're good.
Good?
Yeah,
okay.
Better.
How about now? Okay. Yeah, generally speaking, you know, the areas of Ganesha Hills that are city owned and maintained, what we try to do is we try to mitigate that for fire hazard as best we can. And we try to use what minimal budget we do have in our annual landscaping budget to do that. Many cases we'll get notices from county fire that says, hey, this certain area probably needs to be mitigated in a certain way. And so that's what we kind of rely on when we talk about Ganesha Hills. I hope that answers the question, if that's what you were asking, Mayor.
Yeah, well, yeah, so I see it's going to take a collaborative effort, I see. But in terms of, let's just say, for example, we wanted to do a study to see how many trees are in the Ganesha Hills / Ganesha Park area that need to be maintained, and the trails and whatnot, and what it takes to maintain that. Obviously, that's going to be a city council decision, and that has to be the city council that has to fund that, correct?
Ultimately, yes. The landscaping maintenance budget does generally come from the general fund.
Okay, great. Yeah, so if in the future, like I said, it can't happen now, but if the council could entertain the idea of the park ranger program,
yeah. And
then I'll consider talking to the chief on some certain things. There's definitely some things we've got to talk about, and but whatnot. But it's definitely gonna be a long-term solution that I want the city to focus on. So thank you.
Hey, Chief, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Hey, just briefly, because I know we had this conversation. We've had this conversation a few times, but the Park Rangers program, just wanted to just briefly comment on that.
Yeah, there is a concept for a park ranger program. It's just a matter of funding. We were looking at getting county funding through Measure H, I believe, which fell through when COVID began. So it's just a matter of funding at this point.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, we'll come back to it. All right. So with that, the next regular meeting will be held on December 21st, 2020 via Zoom webinar due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Closed session items will be discussed at 5:30 p.m. and the open session will commence at 7 p.m. Hey, congratulations again to everyone. Welcome back, Councilmember Nolte, and thank you, staff, for all you do. Of course, no happy holidays, no Merry Christmas, and all the other beautiful celebrations that happen, because we will be back on December 21st. All right. Okay, everyone, please take care. Have a good night.
Have a good night. Thank you.